The night folds itself tightly around a wooden house on the edge of a Russian village, the winter of 1503 pressing close. The air is sharp enough to bite. Inside, the single-room dwelling breathes heat from a clay stove whose bricks glow faintly red. Shadows flicker along rough-hewn beams. A family is gathered, faces ruddy from firelight. The eldest son stands by the door, holding a loaf of dark rye. The mother sprinkles salt on its crust. The father, bareheaded despite the cold, watches the stove as though it might answer. Something in the rhythm of their actions is older than memory. This is not supper. This is offering. They move as one, a practiced sequence. The loaf is torn in silence, a piece set carefully on the stove's warm lip. A little milk follows, poured slow, so no drop falls astray. The youngest child stares, wide-eyed, at the empty corner by the broom. There is no visible guest there, but the gesture says otherwise. A murmur, almost swallowed by the crackling wood. Domovoi, be kind. No one raises their voice. The words are too familiar, too weighty. The child almost laughs, but is hushed. The father bends, knocks gently on the stove wall, 3 times no more, and straightens as though waiting for acknowledgement. The stillness grows thick. In this world, to keep a house safe, one must speak to what is unseen. The ritual ends quickly, with no explanation. Bread is eaten. The milk is put away. But the offerings remain. Quick note: if you enjoy deep dive folklore like this, consider subscribing. Only if you actually like it. The narrative does not pause. What have they just done? To outsiders, it looks quaint, maybe superstitious. But to a household in Muscovy's countryside, this is as important as locking the door. The Domovoi, the house spirit, is not a god. He is family and stranger both. He is the keeper of thresholds, the one who mutters approval when the home is tended well and shows anger when it is not. His name means of the house, yet the name is rarely said aloud. A respectful silence is safer. In the Russia of the 1500s, wooden homes creak like ships in the wind. Fire is both friend and threat. A single spark can ruin generations of labor. Wolves range the forests, and famine can knock in winter. Life is fragile, so protection is everywhere imagined. Beneath Christian icons of Christ and saints, small gestures to older powers persist. The Domovoi is one of the oldest. His roots reach back before the cross stood over Russia's hills, when every hearth was a shrine and every corner had a watcher. What is he? Sources differ. Some say he is the spirit of the house's founder. Others believe he is a wild thing tamed by bread and ash. Descriptions range. A small, bearded man in simple clothes, sometimes no taller than a child, other times a shadow that is more felt than seen. He lives behind the stove or under the threshold. He is shy, sometimes helpful, sometimes furious. Above all, he cares for the house if the house cares for him. Why start here with a midnight loaf? Because this is how the Domovoi enters the story. Quietly. Unlike thunder gods or forest spirits, he does not demand spectacle. He lives in the rhythm of daily things. Clean floors, a fed cat, a broom bristles up so evil stays out. He rewards attention and punishes neglect. And though he belongs to a world of log walls and clay ovens, his shadow stretches forward. Even now, in apartments of concrete and glass, echoes of his gestures remain, knocking on wood, setting aside the first toast, speaking kindly of the place you live. But in the 1500s, belief has teeth. A wrong step could bring misfortune. Families swear they have heard him. Soft footsteps, sighs, a knock from nowhere. and they are sure when he is angry. Milk sours, bread burns, horses panic. Is it coincidence, or is it the house itself breathing its displeasure? Many people still think that a home, like a person, can feel wronged, and that is why it is given offerings. So what do you think? The family tonight is not exceptional. Records, sparse though they are, hint that almost every peasant home had its rights. Women knew them best. They were the keepers of the domestic world. But men, too, were mindful. Before leaving on a long trip, a man might bow to the stove and whisper for luck. Before a wedding, the bride might bring gifts to the Domovoi, asking permission to join a household. If the spirit was pleased, it might guard her. If angered, it could make her life bitter. One might ask, where is the church in this? By the 1500s, Russia is firmly Orthodox Christian. Icons watch over every home. Priests speak of angels and saints, not little old men behind the stove. Yet the faith of the countryside is layered. Old and new do not erase each other. They intertwine. In many homes, a painted saint looks down on a stove that hides a spirit. The prayers go to heaven. The bread goes to the corner. It is not contradiction. It is insurance, and thus the first thing to understand about the Domovoi. He is less a ghost story than a habit of mind. He is the voice of continuity, a way of saying, this house matters, this family matters, this work is not done alone. In an age when wolves could take your sheep, fire could take your roof, and illness could take your children, it comforted people to think that someone else watched with them, someone who belonged, someone whose temper could be soothed. The father tonight sits down after his quiet ritual. The bread's scent thickens the air. Outside, snow hisses against the shutter. The stove holds its glow, steady and calm. And though the corner looks empty, the family feels watched, not in fear, but in company. In this house, as in countless others across Russia's broad and cold lands, the Domovoi is home. Dawn filters gray through frost-laced shutters, turning the world inside the house to muted silver. The glow of the stove is dull now, its heat banked low, but the family moves with quiet purpose. The father inspects the stable, checking the horses before the day begins. The mother sweeps the floor. Broom turned bristles up afterward, because that is how it should rest. The youngest child, half dreaming, swears she hears a footstep in the corner by the stove. No one corrects her. In this house, a little fear is healthy. The Domovoi does not always stay silent. There are accounts, scattered through travelers' notes and local lore, of small noises that speak. A cough when no one is ill. A rustle behind the stove wall. A chuckle so soft it might be mistaken for wind under the roof. In the 1500s, homes are wood and clay, their walls thin to sound and thick to shadow. People live close to the elements and closer still to each other. Every creak is noticed. Every unexplained shift can carry meaning. To the family, the Domovoi's voice is not booming or ghostly. It is household noise turned significant. And yet, there is a rule to this relationship. The spirit is treated like an elder relative, one whose moods are respected. Never boast aloud in your house. He might take it as arrogance. Never curse too freely. He might repeat your words at the worst moment. Always keep the hearth clean. Filth is an insult. This is not worship. It is etiquette. Even today, one might sense echoes of this instinct when people speak softly in certain rooms or when they knock on wood after claiming good fortune. It is the language of caution and courtesy woven together. In the wider world of 16th century Russia, the Domovoi sits at the edge of change. The church is growing firmer in doctrine, and the boyars, noble landowners, extend their reach. Cities like Moscow swell with trade, and markets hum with goods from far lands. But the countryside is slow to move. Faith here is layered like winter clothing, orthodox prayers worn over older threads, and so the hearth remains a place of compromise. A saint's icon may glow above the stove, but a crust of bread or pinch of salt still belongs to something else. The voice of the Domovoi, if it comes, is often linked to the hearth. The stove is not just an appliance, it is the heart of the home. It cooks, warms, and protects. Children climb onto its broad ledge to sleep. The sick are laid near it for comfort. The Domovoi is said to live behind or under it, emerging only in moments of need or annoyance. There are tales of families hearing a warning knock, then finding the fire about to go out, or a horse spooked in the stable. Others tell of mischief, a tool misplaced, a jar tipped over. Always, there is the sense of a presence that is not malicious but demanding. Keep the order, keep the respect. Does the Domovoi show himself? Rarely, but the descriptions are vivid. Some say he looks like a small, bearded man with hairy hands, clothed in the work-worn shirt of a peasant. Others insist he is only a shadow, a weight in the room. He is never a stranger. He is kin. In some tales, he even takes the face of a deceased family member, an ancestor returning to watch the house. This ties to an older thread, one that runs deep in Slavic thought. The dead are not gone. They remain, if not in flesh, then in memory and gesture. To feed the Domovoi may be, in some hidden way, to honor the ones who came before. The father finishes his morning chores and pauses at the stable door. Frost has painted every beam white. He knocks once on the frame, almost idly, but the sound is deliberate. To leave a building without a small gesture, knock, bow, even a whispered word, feels incomplete. Habit? Perhaps. But habits make culture, and culture in these lands remembers longer than any decree. One question lingers for any listener. Why does such a figure persist? Why does a household spirit thrive even under the gaze of priests and princes? Partly because it is useful. Fear and respect for the unseen keep a family attentive. A broken tool is fixed sooner. A floor is swept. A cow is checked if it moos at night. In a harsh land, diligence can save lives, and if diligence is encouraged by the thought of an unseen overseer, so much the better. But there is something else, something intimate. The Domovoi is not terrifying. He is familiar. He is the night cough that wakes the mother, the shape that reminds the son to bank the fire, the small comfort that the house is not empty when the men are away. He is, in a sense, the voice of care. When people say the house is alive, they mean it with gratitude. Still, tension brews. Priests preach against idols and superstitions, calling them shadows of the devil. Some villagers grow wary, hiding their offerings behind simple chores. A bit of bread may be left, but no words are said. A pinch of salt might be tossed by accident. The Domovoi, it seems, can bear silence. He needs no temple, only a corner in memory. These early sections of the tale settle us in the home, but already the larger world leans in. Soon, the church will not just warn, it will demand. Laws will come, and with them records. And in those records, scattered like breadcrumbs, are glimpses of real moments. Accidents, fires, quarrels, blamed not on carelessness, but on something older. For now, though, the sun climbs and the stove hums with low warmth. The family eats breakfast. The children laugh. A small shape, was it a shadow, seems to move along the wall, but no one turns to look. The house, as always, keeps its own counsel. Evening settles differently in the countryside than it does in the city. Here, darkness is full, deep, and alive with sound. The forests beyond the fields whisper as the wind combs through their branches. Wolves, though rarely seen, remind everyone they are there with a distant, sharp howl. In 1500s Russia, a wooden home is not simply a shelter, it is a fortress. And yet, for all its strength, its walls are thin against the unseen. That is why every log is carved with care, every beam joined with quiet prayers, and every threshold marked. This is the Domovoi's realm, and in the twilight, his importance is felt most. Before the cross came to these lands, every stone, every stream, every grove was believed to carry a spirit. Animism, the view that the world is alive in all its parts, was not philosophy, but reality. The Slavic peoples, long before the 10th century baptism of Rus, lived in a world thick with presences. Some were large and distant, like Perun the Thunderer or Mokosh the Earth Mother. Others were close, intimate, woven into the household itself. The Domovoi belongs to this older pattern. When Christianity arrived, icons and saints were placed in the home, but the Domovoi was never truly evicted. He simply stepped back into the shadows, adopting new forms and sometimes new meanings. By the 1500s, this layering of belief is everywhere. A family might cross themselves before eating, then toss a crumb to the stove for the unseen guest. A priest might bless a house, but the women of the home would still sweep toward the door to invite good fortune. The Domovoi, in some accounts, even tolerates the holy. He may share the home with saints, so long as respect is given. But the old stories whisper that he remembers the forests, the fires, the ancestors buried near the threshold. That is his inheritance. Why the threshold? Because in old Slavic houses, the threshold was more than a plank. It was a liminal space, a boundary between safety and uncertainty, between the known and the wild. Many believed that the soul of the home anchored itself at this seam. To step carelessly on the threshold was rude. To sit on it was reckless. If a guest came, he was greeted at the door, not left standing in the cold. A pinch of salt, a quiet word, sometimes even a drop of blood from the first animal slaughtered on the property. All could be given to the Domovoi at the threshold. The stove, too, was more than clay. It was the sun of the house, a center of heat and life. Between the stove and the door, the spirit kept watch. The church's response to such customs was mixed. In cities, priests scolded. In villages, they often turned a blind eye. The priests themselves, many born of peasant families, sometimes left bread out too. It was easier to fold old habits into faith than to erase them. And so the Domovoi found new disguises. Some households told their children that the spirit was a kindly ancestor. Others said it was a lesser angel, permitted by God to keep the home. But even with these softened edges, the rules held firm. Keep the house clean, treat animals well, honor your guests, and never insult your dwelling. Unusual births could deepen the bond with such spirits. Stories tell of children born with a caul, a thin birth membrane covering the head, being marked for special sight. Twins were often whispered about, sometimes seen as closer to the unseen world. These beliefs were not confined to Russia. They echo across cultures. But here, They wove directly into household lore. Such children were thought to hear the Domovoi more clearly, to sense his moods. Some families claimed a Domovoi followed their bloodline, moving with them to each new home. Weaving through these customs are omens, small signs read carefully. A sudden crack of a beam at night could mean displeasure. A warm stove after a cold day could signal favor. Milk left out and found untouched was a good sign. Spilled milk was not. If the Domovoi was happy, the horses were calm, the bread rose well, the hens laid often. If he was angry, doors stuck, fires went out, food spoiled. In a world where survival depended on domestic order, these signs were guides, shaping behavior, encouraging attention to the ordinary. There is something profoundly human in this. The Domovoi is not distant or grand. He does not thunder, does not demand worship. He is the sound of the beam settling, the sense of company when the night is long. He reminds the family of its duties, its connections to the land, its debts to those who came before. He is, in many ways, memory given shape. Tonight, as darkness closes, the family repeats its quiet courtesies. Bread is left again, milk poured. The broom rests, bristles up. The youngest, now bold, whispers good night to the corner. No sound replies, but she smiles. Perhaps it is only the hush of the house, but it feels like acknowledgement. What would you have done, stepping into such a home? Would you leave a gift for an unseen guest? Or would you laugh and risk his temper? These are small questions, but in the 1500s, they could decide the mood of a night, and perhaps the fate of a family's winter. The Domovoi's legend is woven tightly with the stories people told about the beginnings of life and the omens that marked it. In 16th century Russia, births were not merely family events. They were spiritual moments, crowded with unseen witnesses. A child's arrival was a fragile thing, framed by prayers, charms, and whispered fears. Houses were wooden, cold, and often smoky. The mother labored on benches pulled close to the stove, where the warmth was steady and the walls felt protective. The stove, always the domain of the Domovoi, seemed to glow brighter during such times. It was believed that a birth could either please or offend the house spirit. An orderly birth, quiet, timely, and attended by kin, was a sign of harmony. But if there were complications, a stillborn child, or an unlucky day, the Domovoi might be unsettled. Among the rural people, birth omens carried weight. A child born at night was said to hear things others could not. One born with a caul, a thin membrane over the face, was marked for sight beyond sight. Some women whispered that such children could see the Domovoi, or hear him move behind the stove when all others slept. Twins were another sign. Though often welcomed, they carried a subtle tension. Were they a blessing of abundance or a doubling of burden? In some tales, the Domovoi favored twins, seeing them as evidence of a fertile, protected household. In others, he was jealous, splitting his care unevenly, favoring one child over another. Superstitions thrived in this uncertainty. A mother might place a small charm, a piece of red thread, a bit of bread crust, near the cradle to keep his mood kind. The midwife was often the key figure here, a woman who knew both prayer and custom. She murmured orthodox blessings, but she also tied knots in straw, spat over thresholds, and swept ashes in particular ways. She knew when to sprinkle salt, when to hush the room, when to leave a window open for fresh spirits. Her work balanced worlds, the saint on the wall and the shadow in the stove. In her hands, The Domovoi was acknowledged without being named. Some midwives were said to hear his warnings, small sounds, a shifting pot, a crack from the beams, and adjust their rituals accordingly. It's easy to see why these details mattered. A home was more than walls. It was alive. A healthy house meant full bins and warm nights. A sickly one echoed with creaks, drafts, or quarrels. The Domovoi was the personification of this truth. When a baby thrived, the family credited his favor. When a child sickened, they worried they had failed to honor him. And so, birth and infancy were not left unguarded. Milk, honey, bits of bread were placed near the stove, not just for nourishment, but as signs of gratitude and insurance. What of unlucky births? Stories tell of children born on certain days, Fridays, especially before dawn, being restless or carrying mischief. A child born while a storm raged might be fated to wander or bring discord. The Domovoi's reaction to such children was ambiguous. Some said he watched them closely, protective but stern. Others warned that he might tease or frighten them to keep them humble. These beliefs were not cruel. They were explanations, a way to map unpredictable life onto something familiar. The world was harsh. A spirit in the home gave that harshness a face to reason with. Church records, where they exist, sometimes scold these ideas. A 16th century parish letter warns against pagan charms at the cradle. But even the church could not erase the old habits. To pray over a child and then quietly knock on the stove, these were not contradictions. They were layers of care. A father might take the newborn to the threshold, lifting the tiny body briefly into the cold night, murmuring words that mixed prayer and promise. It was not sacrifice, it was introduction. This is ours. Protect him. Think of the psychology here. In a world where infant mortality was high, where winters killed crops and sickness came fast, the Domovoi gave shape to both hope and fear. He was blame when needed, comfort when nothing else could soothe. He was a way to keep the household united, even against invisible odds. Tonight, imagine that same home, now with a baby crying. The mother rocks gently, humming a hymn, but the loaf is again placed near the stove. The father checks the door, its frame rubbed with salt. The midwife, ready to leave, knocks softly on the beam. Outside, the wind swirls. Inside, the unseen listens. Night falls hard, and the wooden house breathes quietly under its thatched roof. Within, the family is gathered again, the room thick with the smell of rye bread and wood smoke. The child born days ago sleeps swaddled near the stove, the most protected spot in the home. But not all attention is on the newborn. Tonight, the father rises, his steps deliberate, and approaches the door. He pauses, places a hand on the frame, and murmurs something too low to hear. The gesture seems small, but it is deliberate, an acknowledgement of the most powerful, invisible line in the house, the threshold. To understand the Domovoi, one must understand boundaries. The stove is his heart, but the door is his watchtower. Old sayings warned, a guest shows his soul at the threshold. Shoes were not to be stepped on there. No one spat near it. And sweeping dirt out of the door was done with care, lest something important go with it. In Slavic thought, thresholds were liminal, between worlds. The Domovoi was the keeper of that seam, deciding what came in and what stayed out. At night, a small clump of ash might be left near the sill. A broom might be leaned against the door, bristles up, like a soldier at rest. These were not empty gestures. They were language. The 1500s are a time of belief, sharpened by necessity. Families rely on patterns to survive harsh winters and uncertain harvests. And in that pattern, the Domovoi is a constant. To offend him is to risk more than creaks in the floor. Tales tell of his displeasure, sudden noises, livestock bolting in the night, milk spilling for no reason. Sometimes he gives no warning. He simply withdraws. A cold stove, no warmth in the house, animals restless, bread failing to rise. Signs enough to make any peasant uneasy. The Domovoi's territory is also marked by sound. Knocks on walls, faint tapping, a shuffle heard near the broom. Travelers in the 16th century wrote of peasants who listened closely to their houses. The home speaks, one noted. When the beams pop, they say the spirit is telling them something. Of course, in a world of timber and clay, noises were common. But meaning makes memory, and memory keeps tradition alive. To knock softly before leaving home, to bow slightly at the door. These were small investments in security. Churchmen wrote sermons warning against these practices. The Orthodox faith was growing firmer, aligning villages more closely with Moscow's power. Priests often called household spirits delusions of the devil, urging people to cling only to icons and prayers. Yet even in parishes, old habits endured. A priest might bless a house with holy water, then notice a family quietly setting aside bread later that evening. Faith and folkways coexisted, each serving a different need. One for the soul, one for the soil and the walls. What made these gestures so durable? Perhaps because the Domovoi was not an idol, he was practical. He did not demand grand sacrifices, only respect, a clean floor, a warm hearth, kindness to animals. These were the tasks of daily life. By personifying them in a spirit, families reinforced their importance. When a tool was put away neatly, when a gate was latched, when animals were fed, the family could say it was not only for themselves, but for the watcher. And when misfortune struck, they had someone to reason with, someone to appease. Occasionally, tension rose. A quarrel might break out, harsh words echoing off beams. Stories warn that shouting, swearing, or speaking ill of the house could anger the Domovoi. Objects might shift, a bench creak, something fall. Superstition? Perhaps. But such warnings kept tempers lower, encouraged restraint. It was easier to imagine that an unseen grandfather figure sat in the corner, listening, than to believe words vanished without consequence. The door remains central to these moments. When a new bride entered, she offered bread and bowed. When a coffin left, a handful of soil might be sprinkled on the step. The Domovoi, though invisible, was part of these rituals. He was witness, warden, and sometimes judge. Families believed that as long as he was pleased, the walls would hold firm, the livestock would stay healthy, the stove would stay warm, and here, too, lies a hint of something larger. The Domovoi's threshold is not just wood and iron. It is a mirror of the wider world, the known and unknown pressing against each other. When the father pauses tonight, hand on the doorframe, he is not merely checking the latch. He is keeping faith with something older than his church, older even than his village. A memory of a time when everything had a voice and every crossing needed a word. A faint knock comes from somewhere behind the stove. The mother glances up, then smiles faintly and keeps rocking the child. Nothing more is said. The house breathes with them, watchful, quiet, complete. The morning is brisk, the light cold and sharp on the frost-streaked window. Inside, the home is quiet but alive, the stove breathing its slow heat. The family moves deliberately, and the mother, with practiced care, sprinkles flour across the table, kneading dough that will become the day's bread. The smell of yeast mingles with smoke, a perfume of survival. But not all the food prepared will be eaten by the living. As she works, she tears off a small piece of dough and sets it aside. Later, baked, it will not be touched. It is meant for the unseen. For the Domovoi, the language of care is food. In nearly every account, offerings are simple: bread, milk, salt, sometimes honey, sometimes a slice of meat on festival days. The principle is the same: share what sustains you. If the home is to be guarded, the guardian must be fed. This is not worship in the grand sense, not a church tithe or a sacrifice on an altar. It is hospitality, daily, familiar, a courtesy to someone you cannot see but who, by all accounts, sees you. Old proverbs echo this belief. A house unfed is a heart unfed. Leave milk for the spirit, and he will leave milk for your cow. Farmers swore that a generous household kept healthier livestock, that a stingy one found barns burned or horses lame. Was it coincidence? Hard to say. But in a world where every meal mattered, the smallest loss could feel like a curse. To give a crumb to the stove was to invest in luck. Accounts from travelers in the 1500s mention these habits with curiosity. A German merchant wrote, "They put bread on the oven for a ghost, as if the walls might eat." Another noted the way families saved the first pour of milk, a few drops spattered on the hearth before anyone drank. The gesture was quick, sometimes hidden from strangers, but done all the same. The Domovoi's portion was never large, but it was always fresh. Stale bread was an insult. Sour milk meant something was wrong. There were rules, too. Food for the spirit was left quietly, often at night, when the family gathered and voices softened. It might be placed on the stove's warm brick or in a clean dish on the floor. Sometimes it vanished. Sometimes it simply dried and crumbled. But its purpose was less about consumption than recognition. To neglect the offering was to invite mischief, broken tools, restless animals, spoiling food. To give it was to weave the house tighter. Salt was especially important. In a land where winters were long and food preservation crucial, salt was precious. A pinch on bread left for the Domovoi was a statement of trust and sacrifice. It said, "We are willing to share even what we need most." Salt also carried protective meaning. It purified, it preserved, and it marked boundaries. Families sometimes sprinkled it near the threshold or the stove's corner when moving into a new home. The Domovoi, they believed, would recognize the sign and settle peacefully. Festival days brought larger gestures. At weddings, a loaf might be baked with a tiny figure inside, shaped from dough, to please the household spirit. At births, sweetened milk might be left overnight. At funerals, a cup of kvass or mead might sit untouched for the spirit to mourn. These customs blurred the line between the living and the unseen, suggesting that the house was never entirely empty, even in grief. The church, predictably, warned against such acts. In some areas, priests confiscated spirit bread, calling it superstition, but even they found the line thin. Was it so different from leaving bread at a saint's shrine? Was the Domovoi not, in some minds, simply another guardian, unnamed but present? Many households answered by doing both. The icon received a candle. The stove received a crust. Faith was layered. Life required many kinds of help. There is a gentleness in these customs that deserves notice. They speak of gratitude, not fear. The Domovoi could punish, yes, but more often he was courted with kindness. Bread was left not because he demanded it, but because families wanted his company. They lived hard lives, and the thought that something unseen cared for the home, even sternly, was a comfort. A warm hearth, a well-fed cow, a sound roof. These were the real miracles. Imagine this evening. The family gathers again, the baby now quiet, the mother weary but content. The father lifts the small baked portion from the oven and, with a motion that has no words, places it on the warm brick. The room stills, as if acknowledging a guest. The candlelight flickers, shadows move across the wall, and for a moment the corner seems less empty. No one speaks, but the silence is filled. What would you have done in such a world? Would you give a piece of your supper to the dark? Or would you risk a night with nothing watching the door? The rhythm of daily life in a 16th century Russian household is steady but fragile, and the Domovoi's temper can shift as quickly as the weather. While bread and milk often keep him content, stories tell of what happens when he is offended. The signs are subtle at first: a misplaced tool, a door that refuses to latch, a horse that shies at shadows. These may seem like chance, but to those who live with the old customs, such things speak loudly. The Domovoi is not cruel by nature, but he is particular. When a house is untidy, when quarrels ring too loudly, or when guests disrespect the space, the Domovoi may stir. Old women warn their daughters, do not sweep after dark, do not whistle indoors, do not leave laundry hanging overnight. Each act might upset the spirit. A scattered broom or spilled salt left uncollected is like a slight against a quiet elder. And when he is displeased, mischief follows. Livestock grow restless, bread fails to rise, tools break without reason. More serious offenses carry greater weight. Strike a member of the household, neglect an animal, insult the home itself, and the Domovoi may turn sharp. Tales describe nights when something unseen pushed small items from shelves, tangled a horse's mane, or pulled a blanket from a sleeping child. In one rural story, a family ignored the custom of leaving bread after a wedding. For weeks, they reported tapping on the walls, a cold hearth despite a full firebox, and a sudden sickness in their best cow. When at last they baked a sweet loaf and left it warm by the stove, the noises stopped and the animal recovered. These patterns, written into memory and repeated across generations, served a purpose beyond fear. They enforced order. Clean floors, careful words, shared food, and respect for guests all made a household stronger. The Domovoi was less a tyrant than a mirror, reflecting the health of the home. If the children bickered, if the father drank too much, if the fields were neglected, the Domovoi's anger reminded them what was at stake. Animals seemed especially sensitive to his moods. Dogs growled softly at corners, cats stared into empty space, horses refused to enter a barn. Such moments were taken seriously. A cat darting from a stable at dusk might prompt a farmer to leave a quick gift of grain or salt. Horses spooked near the door could mean the Domovoi was displeased with some new change. A tool left dirty, a traveler unwelcome. This close reading of signs made homes feel alive, and in a time when survival hinged on vigilance, even superstition had logic. Sometimes his anger was seen as warning, not punishment. A knock on the stove wall might signal a loose beam. A sudden clatter could bring attention to a leaking roof. Whether coincidence or not, these moments taught families to listen. The house became a partner rather than a shell. They checked locks, they minded the animals, they tightened loose boards. The Domovoi's displeasure, real or imagined, created safety, but not all stories end kindly. There are darker tales. A farmer who boasted that he needed no spirit found his barn burned after a storm. A woman who mocked the old ways lost her chickens to foxes. Many people still think that ignoring tradition invites misfortune, if not by spirit, then by carelessness. What do you think? Church records scold, but sometimes reveal unease. In one 1550 parish account, a priest writes of a family who begged him to bless a house after knocks and breakings. He blames drunkenness, but admits the household quieted after bread was shared at the hearth. Even those who preached against superstition could not always explain away the comfort of custom. This evening, as the wind rattles the shutters, the father checks the latch again. The mother straightens the broom, bristles up. A small dish of milk rests by the stove. The baby sleeps. The cat curls near the warm bricks, and for a while the house is calm. The air holds its breath, as if an unseen listener is pleased. The winter of 1532 is bitter. Snow piles against walls, and the nights stretch long and restless. In such darkness, small things become large. A knock on the stove wall sounds louder. A creak of the beams seems to carry weight. And so, when the village church warns against feeding shadows, the warning lands uneasily. Because people have seen enough to doubt nothing. They have seen bread vanish, milk sour, animals panic, and sometimes something worse, fire. Among the stories whispered in these years are those of anger turned to calamity. The Domovoi, it is said, rarely lashes out without cause. But when his displeasure burns, it can ruin more than a loaf of bread. He is blamed for barns collapsing, hay catching fire, horses bolting into the night. One case, told and retold, speaks of a farm near Staraya Ladoga, the northern trade town. The year was 1537, and the record survives in part because it was unusual. A scribe noted that an unseen hand scattered the milk, broke the doors, and the barn was lost to flame. Was it carelessness? A spark from a lantern? Or was it the family's neglect? The report hints at a quarrel, an uncle who struck his nephew, a feast that forgot the spirit's share. It is easy now to dismiss such links, but in a world of wooden beams and straw roofs, accidents needed meaning. To blame the Domovoi was to restore order. Someone had to be listening, even in catastrophe. What fascinates here is not the fear, but the detail. The case file, brief though it is, mentions bread not placed, milk forgotten, angry voices heard. It reads less like a haunting and more like a list of broken courtesies. The Domovoi, in these moments, is the shape people give to consequence. His wrath is the house's way of saying, "You have crossed a line." Priests and magistrates try to step in. In cities, especially Moscow, where houses are larger and streets closer, officials push for fire codes, inspections, bans on superstitious rites. But in the countryside, the hearth remains sovereign. Families balance two laws, the written and the remembered. They might kneel for a blessing on Sunday and leave bread at night without a word. If questioned, they call it habit. If pressed, they change the subject. There is a quiet defiance in this. People do not easily surrender what makes them feel secure. Even as trade grows and new ideas drift in from Europe, the house spirit holds his ground. To the peasant, the Domovoi is not a phantom. He is a partner. When things go wrong, it is easier to believe the home itself is angry than to think chaos rules. The Domovoi's temper also shapes behavior beyond the walls. Travelers are warned to be polite at table, to wash before meals, to speak well of the family. A careless joke about the house or its animals could turn a meal sour. Women, especially, carried the memory of these warnings. They straightened beds, polished pots, swept corners, knowing that a tidy home pleased more than the eye. And so the Staraya Ladoga barn fire is more than a story. It is a reminder that the invisible guest has limits. The village remembers, passing the tale in soft voices. Bread first, always. Speak kindly. And if the stove knocks, listen. This night, in another village, a father sits by his door. The wind drives snow across the fields. He hears nothing unusual, only the moan of timbers, the hiss of fire. Still, he reaches for the crust and lays it on the warm brick. Because sometimes, not hearing is the best sign of all. The village sleeps, but the stove glows, and the unseen seems awake. It is here, at the meeting of warmth and shadow, that the Domovoi's world touches the human one most clearly. And in 16th century Russia, when even the smallest detail could be written into faith, this presence sometimes made its way into the records of the living. The Staraya Ladoga incident is not the only one. Scattered notes in church archives and court rolls mention disturbances that people insisted were the work of the house spirit. In some, it is only a line. The cow sickened, the bread blackened. In others, it is longer. The family reports knocking, moving objects, unseen anger. A priest was called, holy water sprinkled. These fragments, often written reluctantly by clerks who believed such things childish, are windows into how tightly belief wrapped itself around daily life. Why did they record it at all? Perhaps because such claims sometimes bled into matters of property or blame. If a barn burned, if a child was injured, if goods were spoiled, someone had to answer. When no hand could be found, people turned to the unseen. The Domovoi became witness, suspect, or scapegoat. A quarrel might end with an oath. By the spirit of this house, I did no wrong. The very idea that an invisible judge could weigh a matter gave weight to words. Among the few more detailed notes is one about a miller in Novgorod. The record, dated 1542, speaks of a dispute over grain. A neighbor accused the miller of theft. The miller swore by the hearth. To prove his honesty, he left bread and salt at the stove for 3 nights. The grain was found intact. Was it a coincidence? The scribe leaves no answer, only the remark, "The house gave no sign." The Domovoi, in these glimpses, is not always friendly. He can be restless, even cruel if ignored. A family that moved into a new home without proper rights might suffer broken sleep, scattered tools, animals refusing to settle. A magistrate's note from Tver mentions noise like steps on the beams and milk thrown from the pail. The clerk attributes it to mischief, but adds, "The woman insisted it was the domashny, house one. For the people, these were not mysteries. They were reminders. The Domovoi was not a demon. He was a mirror of the house itself. His moods told of neglect or harmony. His signs spoke of cracks unseen. He taught listening, patience, and courtesy." One wonders, could these be the earliest forms of household inspection? In a way, yes. A rattle might mean a beam loosening. A restless horse might mean a scent of predator. A knocking stove might warn of settling bricks. The spirit's voice was often the house speaking in the only language it had. Many people still think that folklore like this is simply how wisdom travels, dressed in stories, carried by habit. What do you think? the church continued its struggle. Sermons condemned feeding idols, yet families fed them anyway. Village priests, faced with empty pews during planting season, sometimes turned a blind eye. Some even adapted the language, calling the Domovoi a guardian angel of the house. This gave people permission to continue without guilt. By the 1550s, the spirit had become not just a private presence, but part of the region's identity. Travelers noted the strange courtesy with which Russians treated their homes. A German envoy wrote, "They greet their rooms as one greets kin." For a stranger, it was quaint. For the villagers, it was survival. Imagine a night in such a place. The walls creak, the horses stamp, the wind scours the eaves. The family huddles, listening. A knock sounds from the stove, just once. No one fears it. A crust is lifted, set quietly in place, and the room breathes again. Morning thins the dark like smoke, and the house wakes into its standard choreography. Water hauled, coals roused, bread cut, a broom leaned bristles up by the door. The family's movements look ordinary, but each small act is a tool. In this world, ritual is not cloaks and chanting. It is hair, ash, bone, wood, salt, and iron arranged with purpose. The Domovoi listens to these materials the way a person listens to words. Hair comes first, because it is the most intimate. When the mother trims the baby's soft curls for the first time, she does not throw them away. She knots a few strands with red thread and tucks them into a crack in the stove's masonry. The rest burns with a hush of smoke in the hottest place. Hair, they say, keeps a person's luck. Burned in the hearth, it teaches the house the child's scent. A lock at the stove is a pledge. This life belongs here. Guard it. Men do something similar with horsehair, plaited thin and tied to a rafter over the stable door. The braided rope is practical enough, a convenient hanger for a harness, but it is also a quiet ward, a mark that the home's strength and the animal's strength are bound. Why hair of all things? Because it is a living trace that can be safely given. In a land where winter makes the body feel precarious, to place a strand into the stove's warm heart is to place the self where warmth gathers. The Domovoi is said to know a family by such traces and to grow possessive. A household that burns its hair with care is one that remembers who belongs. Ash moves in the other direction, from the home back into the world. The father empties yesterday's ash into a pail and sifts it with a stick. Ash is not trash. It is residue of yesterday's heat, what the house has eaten. Mixed with water, it scours kettles. Sifted fine, it marks thresholds. On moving days, ash from the old hearth rides in a clay pot to the new stove, carried carefully with live coals tucked under its gray blanket. 3 knocks on the brick, always 3, and the family whispers, "Come with us." An ember from the old home and the ash it sleeps in make a bridge the Domovoi can cross. A house without its ember feels hollow, as if its bones are borrowed. Bone sits at the edges of these customs, half practical, half symbolic. Chicken bones simmer for broth, but a wishbone dries on a beam above the door. A small sheep scapula, washed, whitened, rests behind a jar on the highest shelf. People say the hollow of bone holds a listening ear. Placed above a threshold, it makes the entry more attentive. Who comes in kindly? Who slams and scowls? Some households bury a bone beneath a new threshold, not as sacrifice, but as a seed of strength. A way to fasten the living house to something that already knows how to stand. In barns across the Northlands, Archaeologists will one day find horse skulls set into foundations to sharpen resonance and steady timbers. People in the 1500s explain it more simply. So the barn hears and holds. If such things touch the Domovoi, it is because he keeps his post at the liminal line. What sits beneath his feet matters. Wood matters too, and not only as fuel. Each tree has its character. Birch, white, quick-burning, clean, sweeps as a broom, the besom, and blesses as switch and twig. A birch twig tied with thread above the stove is said to quicken the bread and keep soot docile. Rowan, with its bright red berries, belongs in charms. 2 drilled beads on a string hung inside the door. A small cross of twigs lashed and hidden behind the icon shelf. Aspen, disliked by some for its trembling leaves, becomes pegs or wedges you drive where you need stubbornness. Aspen doesn't listen to spirits, the saying goes, and so it pins boards and quells creaks. Oak is heavy pride, used where beams meet, and linden, the gentle wood, makes spoons and cradles that warm to a child's mouth. Every choice colors the room. Every wood speaks a dialect of safety. Iron says one blunt word: no. A nail in the lintel, a knife slipped under a pillow when storms menace. The iron oven rake leaned at a particular angle. These are not only tools, but declarations. Iron, old people murmur, makes the boldest line because the forge teaches it to remember shape. The Domovoi is no enemy of iron. He is said to respect the metal as he respects a sober man. But iron keeps strangers out. If a new family hears knocks the first week and worries the spirit is not theirs, a small iron key laid on the stove at night is supposed to steady introductions, household to household, keeper to keeper. Salt, precious and bright, writes circles you step across. When the mother sprinkles a pinch on the just-baked crust for the unseen, she is not seasoning, she is signing. A thin ring scatters over the threshold if a quarrel has soured the room, and the broom sweeps it inward, never out, so nothing good is pushed into the yard. If you must sweep dirt to the door, you stop at the line and lift it with a shovel. Do not sweep your luck away, grandmothers say, and the Domovoi, fastidious by nature, is said to approve. If only sweeping away trouble were always that simple. Order is as much a tool as any object. Sequences matter. When a new bride enters, it is bread, then bow, then a step over the threshold without touching it. When first milk is drawn from a fresh cow, 3 drops are dashed on the stove brick before the bucket goes to the children. When the house is quieted for the night, it is embers banked, latch checked, broom set, bristles up, and last of all the soft knock on the stove. 1, 2, 3. The order can vary from village to village, but each sequence stitches the hours together until the room itself seems to remember what to do if a human hand forgets. The Domovoi notices when the stitch is skipped. Words sit inside these sequences like hidden hooks. Not every word is permitted. In many homes, the spirit is never called Domovoi out loud. He is Kozyan, housemaster, or Diedushka, grandfather, a circumspect address that honors without summoning. The first week in a new house, there are new home taboos. Do not speak of the dead at the stove. Do not boast of the harvest. Do not, under any circumstance, spit in the fire. Forbidden words in a new home are less about magic than manners in a fragile time. Even the bravest man resists bragging when the bread for winter still sits in the fields. The spirit punishes pride first, people say, because houses fall, famously, from pride. Animals become part of this toolkit. A gifted cat or cock, the tom to hunt mice, the rooster to call the sun, arrives first when a family moves, led across the threshold ahead of everyone. To let a creature test the seam is to offer the Domovoi company and to watch if the line bites. If the cat balks, the family changes the hour of entry or knocks again on the stove to clear the air. If the rooster crows even at noon, people smile. The house is answered. Later, the cat's steady patrol and the rooster's hard eye turn superstition into practical good. Fewer mice, fewer spoiled stores. The Domovoi, said to like order, likes animals that work. There are tools older than anyone in the room. The oven peel, its edge worn like a thumb, has fed 4 generations. The elder's walking stick hangs on a peg by the door and is touched when the family leaves for a long journey. A shallow bowl holds a dark line where salt has sat each winter for decades. These objects are history without pages. When the Council of 100 Chapters, Stoglov, meets in Moscow in 1551 under Ivan IV and condemns pagan customs and household superstitions in its canons, such tools are not named, but everyone knows what is meant. Sermons in market towns urge people to give up feeding spirits, yet the oven peel still slides loaves beside the empty place, and the elder's stick still receives a thumb's press with the words, "Watch the door." The law tightens, but in the privacy of timber and smoke, the old grammar persists. Some families ritualize repair. When a beam is replaced, the carpenter chalks a small cross on the wood. Not only Christian, but seam mark, the old sign that says, "Here is a joining. Hold." If a board sings at night, the father wedges an aspen chip and listens for quiet. If the bread cracks along its top, a sign of anger to some, he mixes the next dough with a spoon of last night's porridge, a friendly continuity that folds yesterday's comfort into today's work. The Domovoi in these acts is not supernatural terror. He is the inspection stamp you feel rather than see. There are harsher arts, whispered but rarely used. If someone believes the spirit has truly turned against the household, a woman might sweep with a birch besom backward from stove to door at dawn, gathering what doesn't belong, then burn the broom head while stepping over it. The air smells like sap and smoke. The floor looks the same. The room feels lighter. Others describe a binding, 3 hairs from each family member twisted with a horsehair, tied to the oven rake and rested overnight across the brick so that the house holds the house. It is a tidy kind of magic. Nothing grand, everything domestic. Not all tools are kept. Some are deliberately destroyed. A broom used through an illness is burned at the season's first full thaw. A cracked bowl that fed the sick is buried near the base of a fence post. People do not say the Domovoi demands this. They say he prefers not to be reminded of fevers. The house forgets like a person by putting certain things away where eyes won't catch on them. In lesser-known corners of the north, rowan smoke perfumes spring cleaning. Twigs smolder in a shallow pan while windows stand open to thaw. The mother murmurs nothing that can be quoted, only the steady rhythm of work, scrub, wring, sweep, hang. For all the talk of spirits, the result is measurable. Aired bedding, dry floors, fewer rodents. The old ways wrap themselves around practical outcomes so tightly that to separate them would seem foolish. There is a dignity to the stove tools that extends to festivals. On Maslenitsa, the butter week before Lent, last pancakes sometimes sit a moment on the brick for the silent guest. On the eve of a wedding, the bride's family carries a spoon of salt and a coal to her new home, their small procession a ceremony without trumpets. a way of telling two households that the grammar of one will now try to speak in another. The Domovoi's listening is assumed. If, in the weeks after, the bread rises high and the geese nest early, neighbors nod. The spirit and the bride have made peace. Skeptics exist, then as now. A visiting clerk scoffs at a wishbone on a beam and writes in his book that the people are childish. But when his lodging house creaks in a storm and the innkeeper rises to bank the fire with salt and ash, the clerk sleeps anyway, and in the morning he compliments the bread. Nothing changes, and everything does. The room feels held. He writes again, this time only. The house is well tended. The family we've been watching knows their own variations. Their broom is birch, because birch grows nearest the stream. Their threshold holds a coin laid under the plank when the father first built, a metal seed for prosperity. Their stove has a brick that is blacker than the rest, the remnant of a cooking spill the elder grandmother never quite scrubbed away. Someone always places the Domovoi's crust on that brick. Tradition can be as small as a stain no one wants removed. Remember the omen at birth? The mother says softly to the father one afternoon, not to argue, but to remind. The child's first hair sits behind mortar. The cat sleeps on the stove. The wishbone above the door has whitened to chalk. The tools have trapped the days into order, and when the wind hits the roof and the beam answers with a pop, no one startles. The house speaks, and the words are familiar. Hold fast, keep clean, share warmth. Be careful what you say when you stand on the seam between in and out. A traveler would call this superstition. A priest might call it error. A magistrate would call it none of his business until a barn burns or a neighbor complains. The family calls it good sense. They have seen long winters, and they know how a room can turn mean if neglected. They keep hair, ash, and bone where they belong. They choose wood like a vocabulary. They lay iron across their weakest lines. They draw with salt when anger has scribbled too dark. The Domovoi, they believe, keeps count, not of sins, but of courtesies. Evening comes, and sequence takes over. Embers roused, pot hung, last sweep inward, bristles up, a small crust on the blackened brick, then the 3 soft knocks that mean, simply, we are here. Beyond the door, the fields lie austere and white. Within, every material the family has touched today answers back in its way. Warmth from the stove, a cat's purr, the dry tang of iron under the fingers, the faint mineral taste of salt on the tongue. If a house can feel complete, this one does, and if someone unseen approves, the approval sounds like nothing at all. Dusk seeps slowly into the wooden bones of the house, carrying the thin chill of early spring. The hearth glows, its brick ribs warm. The floorboards creak under small feet, but it is the animals who sense more than the humans do. In 16th century Russia, the Domovoi is not always silent, and when he moves, the first to know are the creatures that share the home. Dogs prick their ears and growl low at corners where no one stands. Cats, more subtle, fix their gaze on the stove's dark edge or arch their backs at the door. Horses snort and refuse to step into a stable. These moments are often brief, but families learn to read them as easily as they read the sky. A sudden start in a cat, a restless night for the livestock. These are signals, not mysteries. The Domovoi is restless or displeased, or issuing some quiet warning. The family knows the patterns. If a dog whines at the door, The father checks the latch and sometimes lays a crust of bread on the stove. If a horse balks, the eldest son knocks on the stable beam and speaks softly, promising care. For every unexplained stir, there is a gesture, a sweep of the floor, a pinch of salt, a quiet word. It is not fear, but courtesy. The Domovoi is treated as another resident, temperamental, but protective. Travelers notice this sensitivity to animals. A foreign merchant wrote, "They trust the cat more than the priest. If it looks, they look." It is not entirely foolish. Animals hear things humans cannot. The scurry of rodents, the shift of timber, the crackle of embers. A knock on the stove might mean only settling bricks, but to a peasant, it might also mean the spirit is speaking. They listen because listening costs nothing, and sometimes it saves much. There is a story told in a village near Kostroma. One winter, a mare refused to enter the barn. She pawed the snow, sweating though the night was freezing. The family, uneasy, offered milk and bread at the stove, then inspected the stable by lantern light. Behind a stack of hay, they found a fox curled in the dark. The Domovoi had not chased the intruder himself. He had only made the mare restless. Whether by instinct or imagination, the family believed the warning came from him. Not all stories end so well. Some speak of animals struck or missing, especially when the Domovoi is angered. Chickens that will not roost, a cow that refuses to give milk, a dog that hides. People say it is because the house is unhappy, something neglected, something broken, or an insult left unhealed. One record from 1548 mentions the beast lame and the woman weeping. The house needed bread. The entry is short, the meaning plain. When things go wrong, they offer something to set them right. This sensitivity is layered with belief. A child born under an unusual sign, a seventh son, a baby with a call, was often thought closer to the unseen world, but animals were closer still. A hen that crowed like a rooster was considered an omen, sometimes good, sometimes dire. A dog that howled 3 times at night was said to warn of death. The Domovoi, people thought, moved in these tremors, using animals as his mouth. In the 1500s, when priests scolded about superstition, they found it hardest to erase what was observed. "The beast knows more than you," an old woman might say to a younger one, "and the house knows more than both." Even priests sometimes conceded the usefulness of watching animals. After all, a restless dog might mean a thief. A nervous horse might mean a predator near the fields. Faith and pragmatism wore the same cloak. This is the heart of it. The Domovoi is a language. The animals speak it, the house interprets it, the family responds. Whether it is spirit, instinct, or habit, the effect is the same. A home made alert, a family made careful. The father, tightening a latch, does not care whether it is fox or phantom. He cares that his home is guarded. Tonight, the family sits closer to the stove. The cat stretches, purring. The dog curls but keeps one eye open. The baby stirs and settles. A small sound, perhaps a beam shifting, perhaps something else, comes from behind the hearth. No one startles. The mother nods to the father, who rises, checks the door, and touches the iron latch, as if greeting an old friend. The animals relax. The house breathes. The night is not always gentle. In some homes, when tensions rise or when change comes suddenly, the Domovoi seems less like a quiet watcher and more like an active presence. Families in the 1500s speak of a particular kind of night, a binding night, when the spirit is coaxed, soothed, or even restrained. It is not common, and it is not done lightly. Such a night begins with trouble, livestock unsettled, bread failing, arguments stretching too long, or a sense that the home's harmony has cracked. The Domovoi is believed to mirror the mood of the house. Anger breeds unrest, and neglect invites mischief. So, when these signs become heavy, the family turns deliberate. The father banks the stove until its bricks shine softly. The mother sweeps each corner, pulling dust and ash inward, not outward, muttering small phrases like home to home as she works. The children are kept close. Guests, if any, are sent away. Then comes the quiet gathering of tokens. Hair, often a few strands from each family member, woven with thread. A pinch of salt. Sometimes a sliver of bread saved from the morning. These items are not holy in the church sense, but they are precious to the family. They are pieces of themselves and their home. The ritual varies by region, but the idea is steady. Offer, bind, promise. A dish of milk is warmed, set on the stove. Bread, sprinkled with salt, is placed next to it. The hair thread is tied around a tool of the hearth, a poker, a broom, or a small iron key, and rested where the Domovoi is thought to dwell. Then come the knocks, 3 times on the stove, 3 times on the door. Soft, never loud. The words are simple. Grandfather, forgive. Why would a family do this? Because in the 1500s, a house is everything. A bad harvest, a sick child, an angry spirit. These are not things one leaves to chance. The binding night is not meant to trap a demon. It is meant to quiet the air, to remind the home of its unity. Think of it as family therapy in ritual form. Each gesture says, we see the cracks, we want peace. One case lingers in local memory. A widow near Pskov, 1554. She had lost her husband to a winter fever. The barn was restless, tools misplaced, small knocks in the night. She feared the Domovoi had turned bitter or lonely. On a still evening, she gathered her children, braided their hair together with her own, and tied the braid to the oven rake. Bread and salt on the brick, milk on the floor. They spoke to the empty air. Watch with us, not against us. Within days, the noises quieted. Was it coincidence? Perhaps. But in the silence that followed, the family felt steadier. The church, unsurprisingly, disapproved. Priests called such acts superstition, warning that charms and knots belong to the devil. Yet even some clergy softened when grief or need made people desperate. A diary from a parish clerk admits, better a family bind themselves than fall apart. Binding also appears in moving days. A household changing homes might fear losing their spirit or angering a new one. A common custom: sweep the old house clean, gather a coal in a pot of ash, tie a lock of hair to the handle, and carry it to the new hearth. Once there, they knock and say, "Come home." Whether the Domovoi followed or the ritual simply eased the heart, the gesture mattered. It is easy now to see only superstition. But the binding night is also about control in a world of unpredictability. Fire can destroy, illness can come without warning, hunger can stalk even the careful. To pause, to gather, to say aloud, "We belong to this place, and it belongs to us," is to plant a flag against the dark. This evening, the house we follow is calm. The day's work is done, the bread was good, the animals quiet. Yet the father still lays a crust on the stove, still straightens the broom, still knocks softly. The mother adds a touch of salt to the bread, a habit more than a fear. The baby stirs, the dog sighs, the stove ticks. Each act, each sound, is another thread in a tapestry of care. And perhaps this is the Domovoi's real gift. Not fear, but attention. A house kept is a family held. In the old language of ash and hair, bread and milk, this is all he asks. Inheritance in a wooden country is not only fields and tools, it is heat and habit, and the way a room remembers your name. In 16th century Muscovy, when property passes from hand to hand, people speak not just of land and beasts, but of the hearth's allegiance. The Domovoi, the house's old keeper, is said to have his own lineage, an attachment that does not appear in court ledgers, yet shapes every bequest spoken by lamplight. Some families claim, with the same pride they use for a good horse line, that our grandfather spirit has guarded them since the first beam went up. Others insist he follows the blood, not the beams, stepping across thresholds when the family moves. Both views live side by side, as comfortable and contradictory as two old neighbors on a bench. The law, for its part, speaks a plainer language. Under Ivan IV, crowned in 1547 and reforming the realm with new codes, inheritance begins to formalize further. The Sudebnik of 1550 tightens procedures and penalties, and across towns and service lands, spiritual wills, duchovny, grammaty, list icons, livestock, plots, and who shall receive them. A testament might say, to my eldest, the plow and 2 cows, to my second, the mare, to my wife, the icon of St. Nicholas and the house. What those documents never write, yet everyone understands, is that along with the house comes the task of speaking to it. The heir not only receives walls, he receives an ear at the stove and a responsibility to keep it kind. In villages, the unwritten rites are precise. When a patriarch dies, the first night after burial is thick with watchfulness. The family banks the stove high and lays 2 portions, one for the Domovoi, one for the newly gone. The room is still, as if listening for the first sign of who the house will heed now. A cat, gifted long ago to bind the home, chooses a lap. A draft draws a single thread of smoke toward one cot. A faint knock comes from the brick near the eldest son's bed. Or is it near the widow's? People read these small movements as selection. A house spirit, they say, prefers a single hand to answer him. He will favor the one who answers fastest when the latch complains, who remembers salt on quarrelsome nights, who keeps the broom bristles up even when weary. Some families swear the Domovoi goes with the name. In their telling, he is ancestor, not element. First father turned guardian, jealous of his seed. Daughters who marry out must earn his consent to leave him behind. Sons who take brides bring her to him. In other places, the Domovoi is the genius of the building itself. Older than any person, more stubborn than blood. He will not be carted away in a pot like ash. He will adopt the new master if properly greeted, and will sulk if slighted. The debate is never settled because both stories are useful. One keeps kin bound, the other keeps houses tended. Women carry much of this memory. In the long seasons when men are at service or on the road, it is the wife and mother who negotiates with the stove. Her hands make the bread and place the crust for the silent guest. Her eyes see which corner gathers dust and which corner gathers peace. When a household divides, a razdel, because sons have grown and must have their own roofs, it is often a woman who proposes the gestures that soften the split. Ash from the old hearth is divided into 2 little pots and carried, with a live coal nestled in each, to the new stoves. "Come, grandfather," she says at each threshold, the words simple and exact. Then, a choice. The family may ask the Domovoi to remain chief at the elder's house and only visit the younger, or to divide himself. The notion sounds impossible, but the house spirit never promised to be logical. He is a metaphor that answers like a man. Bloodlines show in minor privileges. The oldest spoon, the smooth-handled oven peel, the elder's walking stick hanging by the door. These are not merely tools. They are minor thrones that carry touch and habit. Whoever inherits the stick also inherits the nightly duty to tap the lintel before sleep. Whoever receives the peel inherits the responsibility to lay the small offering on the blackened brick. The Domovoi is said to prefer continuity. He grows fond of a certain knock and sulks if the rhythm changes. That is how an action becomes a surname. 3 taps is our line. Dreams serve as documents when paper is scarce. A widow reports that on the 9th night, one of the set times of remembrance in Orthodox custom, she dreams of the stove breathing like a living chest. Her late husband stands beside it, smaller than life, bearded and in a simple homespun shirt. He does not speak. He only gestures to their eldest and then to a broom lying bristles down on the floor. She wakes, ashamed. She sets the broom upright. She tells her son to add salt to the bread that night. The house is quieter for days. This is not a quartz proof, but in a wooden world, it persuades. Animals announce allegiances without knowing it. A horse that always settles for one hand. A dog that sleeps at one cot whenever storms pass. A cat that insists on perching surveillance near one person's shoulder. The household interprets these as the Domovoi's preference. An heir may also be tested with small inconveniences. A latch that won't hold for anyone else. A door that sticks only when a careless cousin pushes it. Bread that cracks on the wrong baker's watch. These are petty annoyances unless you think of them as a home teaching someone its ways. An inheritance, then, is the privilege of being taught. Against this intimate theater stands visible history. Ivan's wars eastward, the conquest of Kazan in 1552, send men far from their ovens. Service land grants, pomestia, shuffle families, patrimonial estates, vocini, knit generations to plots whether they wish it or not. In towns, guilds harden, and in courts, scribes set quills to more paper than before. Yet under all of it, the old grammar survives, the belief that a house is less purchased than persuaded. A newcomer may buy a homestead and write it into a register. He will not feel altogether safe until the room accepts his voice. So he leaves the crust, and he knocks 3 times, and the old women nod because he is behaving like someone who expects to survive the winter. Some families, proud of their Domovoi, host a small rivalry that never reaches the court. A quiet contest of whose house is most kept. They do not drag spirits into the square and force them into feats. They do something subtler. They watch who loses less bread to mold, whose horses winter best, whose newborns thrive, whose hearth never goes out for lack of attention. When a boast escapes, "Our grandfather braided the horse's mane last night for luck," it is said lightly, but everyone notes how glossy the mare looks. Pride teases, but the work behind it is clear. The floors are clean, the ash carried out consistently, the door mended before the storm. A strong Domovoi is a code for a strong routine. Occasionally, the lineage quarrels. In a cramped yard, 2 adult brothers share one longhouse for a season after a razdle. Kitchens elbow to elbow, tempers raw with change. Each claims grandfather's favor. Each leaves his portion at night. The signs, noises, drafts, stubborn doors seem to take sides. The mother, who remembers how peace used to sound, engineers a settlement both practical and mystical. She decrees that the elder brother leaves his crust on the stove's left brick, the younger on the right. She rehangs the wishbone over one doorframe and ties a Rowan cross behind the other's icon shelf. She tells both to sweep inward, never across the invisible line. The house quiets, not because a spirit chooses sides, perhaps, but because the family accepts rules that reduce friction. The Domovoi, they say the next day, is satisfied, and in their mouths, satisfaction tastes like civility. When a daughter marries out, a sliver of the home's ember goes with her in a clay pot wrapped in wool. The pot is set on the new stove, and a tiny coin, copper if they have it, any metal if not, is slipped under the new threshold before her foot crosses. The coin is more than luck. It is the price paid to the line she leaves behind, a symbolic clearance as if saying, I do not steal the old house's warmth, I start my own. Her mother whispers, greet the grandfather there, a way of consenting to transfer. If the bread rises high in the first week and the rooster crows at odd hours only once, peace is assumed. A different case lingers in local talk for years. The estate of a petty serviceman near Rostov who dies without sons in 1556. His widow remains, a daughter too young to marry, a nephew agitating to be named heir. The nephew brings witnesses and speaks the new language of rights. The widow brings bread and an iron key and speaks the old language of keeping. The court grants him legal oversight. The house grants her quiet nights. For a season, the stove refuses the nephew's portion. Bread left cool, never warmed on brick. What old women call a dish sent away. He stamps and calls it women's tricks. The widow waits. The year turns. The nephew tires of sleeping in a room that seems always to draft. He moves to a neighboring village, claiming a better posting. The daughter grows, marries, remains. The keys never left the widow's palm, and when she dies, they click easily in her daughter's fingers. The anecdote survives not as proof of a spirit, but as proof of a household's cohesion. Inheritance rests where care has rested all along. Names for the Domovoi inside these lines vary as much as the customs do. Grandfather, master, house one, little old man, our keeper. Each title implies relationship. Rarely is he called Domovoi aloud in his own room, as if a formal name would make him stand too tall and ruin his fit among the pots. Children repeat the euphemisms without knowing why. Language is how loyalty is stored. That is why the first insult a house cannot forgive is contempt, boasting the day you move in, cursing when boards fight back. A lineage expects patience. Connected to inheritance is the notion of rights and limits. If a house has its guardian, does that guardian guard you when you do wrong? Customs say no. The Domovoi favors those who favor the order. Steal from a neighbor and expect odd knocks that do not answer to bread. Strike a child and expect tools that slip from your hand at the wrong moment. It is not theology. It is pedagogy narrated as myth. The strongest houses in peasant speech are the fairest ones, the ones where the ladle is shared and the latch mended for guests. This is why women as keepers and men as challengers becomes a running motif. The keeper sustains lineage by sustaining practice. The challenger tests it and learns humility. Sometimes the spirit's line is marked in a single object. A blackened brick, permanently darker than its brothers, becomes the family's favorite place to set offerings. A cracked wooden bowl that has fed 4 generations receives the first pancake every maslenitsa. before being retired like an old soldier to a shelf where hands still touch it in passing. An iron key, too large for any current lock, hangs above the door and is tapped before a journey. The Domovoi's patience is threaded through these things. To pass them on is to pass on a way to remember. When a will lists the bowl, the old key, it says more than any paragraph of law. Priests keep trying to tame the talk without killing the affection. A parish instruction makes the rounds after the Stoglav Council. Bless your houses with holy water at theophany. Light candles before icons. Stop with the loaves on the stove. People nod and obey in part. They line up for river water turned holy on January's ice. They process home through the cold with candles trembling in their hands. They splash door frames and stand the icon of Nicholas or Paraskiva in pride of place. Then, in the privacy of night, they do the extra thing that has always soothed them. It is not defiance. It is literacy in two alphabets at once. When bloodlines break, the Domovoi can be the story that holds the pieces. Famine takes children. War takes fathers. Plague takes the old who used to hum the work songs. The house remains, a compromised miracle. The remaining hands keep the sequences not to curry favor with a goblin, but to hear their mother's cadence in their own wrists. Remember the omen at birth? A sister says to a brother decades later, and both glance to where the lock of hair still sits behind mortar. Memory is the only estate some winters leave unconfiscated. There is a practical mercy in the belief that a spirit can be asked to accept a new heir. It allows families to ritualize the awkward. A son who drank and now returns penitent. A daughter who married against counsel and now comes home with a child. An orphaned niece taken in. Each can be introduced to the house so that the ceilings stop feeling like a jury. The introduction is simple. Warm milk, a clean cloth set on the brick, a soft knock, a quiet name spoken. The Domovoi is not a judge in law, but he is a way to say, aloud and together, from this night, you belong. Across regions, the debate goes on. Does the guardian stick to beams or to blood? The evidence, if we can call stories evidence, points in both directions, and perhaps that is the truth most people live. A house is beams, yes, but also the rhythm of one family's eating, sleeping, scolding, mending, and forgiving. When those rhythms move, the Domovoi can move with them because he is the rhythms. When those rhythms remain, he can stay, even if the surname changes because he is the habit of care, not the genealogy. In this sense, lineage is less about fathers and sons than about the continuity of courtesy. Tonight, in the home we have watched, the question of inheritance is not academic. The elder grandmother's breath has grown thin. Her hands tug at the blanket like a woman drawing a net. On the shelf above the bed sits the wishbone, whitened from years of winter light. Above the door hangs the old iron key. In the stove's seam, a lock of a child's hair rests where mortar meets brick. The mother has already begun to rehearse the gestures that will matter when the woman is gone. The two portions, the three soft knocks, the listening for a draft that leans decisively toward one bed or another. No one says the word Domovoi aloud. They speak in family names and chores. Who will take the peel? Who will keep the broom upright? Who will remember to salt the crust on quarrelsome nights? But beneath those assignments is the older duty the house itself will enforce with taps and creaks. A lineage is being chosen, not by law, but by attention. When the wind presses at the shutters and a gentle crack travels the beam like an old finger popping, The mother glances at the eldest and, almost smiling, slides a small piece of bread onto the blackened brick. Theirs, since before anyone can remember. The stove glows. The cat shifts. The latch sits easy in its iron. Whatever the courts would say, the house has already filed its will. The wind across the fields tastes of iron and ash. A late thaw has left the roads muddy, but the house holds steady, its beams humming with warmth. The grandmother's breath grows fainter, and the family speaks in low tones, as though the walls themselves are listening. It is in such times that the lines between the living and the unseen blur. The Domovoi is not just a hearth spirit now. He becomes, for a few days, the custodian of memory, the keeper of a house about to change hands. Yet even here, daily life presses on. In the 1500s, spring brings work. The fields must be prepared, the animals fed, the stove mended for the months ahead. And while the church speaks of angels, the family still speaks of the watcher in the corner. Perhaps this is why the Domovoi endures. He does not delay for grief. He needs bread, salt, milk, no matter the mood. His presence gives the household a thread to hold, but the century is not kind to old certainties. The church, strengthened after the Stoglav Council of 1551, is tightening rules. Priests thunder against idols of the home, denouncing small offerings as dangerous remnants of pagan thought. Some monasteries send letters to towns and villages warning that the devil can wear a familiar face. To them, the Domovoi is not a comfort, he is a temptation. And yet, despite decrees, despite sermons, families continue. They simply fold the rites deeper into routine. The bread left near the stove is only extra. The milk spilled on the brick is carelessness. The knock on the door frame is habit. In truth, the language of the Domovoi becomes quieter, but no less fluent. Clashes happen, though, when the authorities step closer. A record from 1553 tells of a rural elder scolded for sorcery after his neighbor claimed he fed a spirit. The man argued, "It is custom to keep the house pleased, as my father taught." The priest confiscated the loaf, sprinkled holy water, and left. Within weeks, the family's barn burned. Whether by accident or rumor, the story spread. The house was angry. From then on, villagers nodded politely to priests, but listened harder to their beams. The Domovoi, as figure and memory, grows sharper in contrast. When forbidden, he becomes private. This privacy deepens his intimacy. No one boasts of him to strangers. They do not write his name on walls. But in the rooms where people trust each other, the language blooms. A broom straightened mid-conversation, a bread crust shifted by a careful hand, a bowl set a little further on the stove. These are not grand gestures. They are cues. Each says, "This place belongs to us, and we belong to it." And then there are the traveling voices, the clerks, soldiers, traders, who bring other ideas. They speak of demons in Poland, kobolds in Germany, brownies in Scotland. They laugh, sometimes at the notion of a house ghost. Yet even they soften when the night is long and the wind rattles the shutters. Some admit to small habits, a coin left in a corner, a knock on wood. The Domovoi is not unique. He is the Russian cousin in a wide family of quiet guardians. His story travels best in whispers, because it is not about him, but about the fragile safety of a roof and a fire. In this family's home, the grandmother's hands are folded now, the children watching. The mother has placed bread, salt, and milk by the stove, not as a rite of fear, but as courtesy. The father stands by the door, hand on the frame, silent. They are waiting. They know that soon the line of care will shift. The grandmother's voice will fade, and someone else will become the hand that knocks 3 times. The Domovoi will not protest. He will simply notice. Outside, the church bell calls the evening hour. Inside, the stove ticks, the dog stirs, and a soft creak runs along the beam above their heads. The mother looks up, smiles slightly, and goes back to kneading the dough. Change is coming, but the house is still full. The air in the house is quiet now, as if the beams themselves are holding their breath. The grandmother has passed, her spirit laid to rest with prayers and candles. The icons kissed and the windows opened briefly to let her soul find its way. But even as the church blesses, the family's other habits keep steady. That night, when the burial party returns, they do not sit only with grief. They sit with the stove, the threshold, and the unseen. Funerals in the 1500s are a tangle of faiths. Orthodox rites are solemn and public. Candles, chants, holy water. The earth crossed 3 times over the grave. But once home, the private world still belongs to older rhythms. The Domovoi is not named, but he is included. A loaf is placed on the stove, untouched. Milk, salted, sits near the brick. Some families leave a spoon turned upside down on the hearth, a small sign that something has changed. Death is not only loss, it is a shift of guardianship. The house must know. For 9 days, according to custom, the dead are remembered with food and prayer. But the Domovoi is remembered too. Families tell children to speak gently, to avoid quarrels, to keep the house clean. A new order is settling, and until the spirit of the house feels secure, no one risks offense. At night, the family may hear small sounds, perhaps only timbers settling, perhaps something more. A single knock on the stove wall might bring a glance, a murmur. He walks. The phrase is not fear, it is recognition. The unseen is adjusting. Inheritance after death is more than land. It is a transfer of attention. The eldest son now places the bread, checks the latch, banks the stove. The mother continues the sweeping, the feeding, the quiet knocks, but all eyes watch for signs. Will the house accept the change? Will the Domovoi be kind to the new master? It is said that if the first loaf after a burial burns, the spirit sulks. If it bakes high, the household is blessed. In one tale from near Tver, a family moved too quickly after a matriarch's death. They quarreled over fields, neglected the broom. A week later, a beam cracked loudly in the night. They said the Domovoi was angry. Whether truth or lesson, the effect was the same. They straightened their chairs and swept the floor before sleep. The church's language is different. Priests speak of angels guiding the dead, of saints watching homes. But even some clerics, especially in rural parishes, know better than to sneer at what steadies a grieving family. A priest's diary from 1559 notes, "They leave bread on the stove for the little master. I say nothing. They are calm." These quiet allowances kept peace between doctrine and daily need. For children, this is a time of watching. They see their father more solemn, their mother softer in voice. They hear fewer laughs, but they also see more care. The Domovoi becomes a companion to memory, a way to keep the grandmother close. They are told, "She sees if we sweep well." They believe, or half believe, but the effect is real. The rooms are cleaner, the work steadier, the family kinder to each other, and there is an intimacy in the habits that follow. A lock of the grandmother's hair is sealed in the stove seam, a token of continuity. Her favorite spoon is set aside, but used for festival bread. The old iron key above the door is tapped twice now, not 3 times, as though the rhythm itself mourns. These gestures do not contradict faith. They enrich it. Where the church asks for prayer, the family answers with action. The Domovoi is not a rival. He is the house's memory. Outside, life presses forward. Fields must be plowed, animals fed. But inside, for a few weeks, everything is measured. The baby is hushed gently, the dog scolded softly, the broom lifted and set down without noise. It is as though the family has become music, each act a note meant to soothe the room. The Domovoi, if he exists, is not to be startled. On the 40th day, when Orthodox custom says the soul completes its journey, the family shares a meal. Bread, salt, milk, and kasha are placed on the stove. A piece is burned in the hearth, a gesture of release. It is said that if the smoke rises straight, the spirit is pleased. That night, the beams are quiet. The latch does not click on its own. The floorboards do not groan. The family exhales. The grandmother is gone, but the house is not empty. Later, when the children are sent to bed, the father lingers. He straightens the broom, checks the door, touches the old key. 3 soft knocks on the stove, a habit unchanged. It is not prayer exactly, nor is it superstition. It is something in between, a way of saying, "We are here. We remember. Watch over us." The grandmother's absence leaves a quiet gap, but the rhythm of the house repairs it by sheer insistence. Spring melts into summer, and the walls of timber swell with warmth. Life surges forward, fields tilled, seeds planted, animals restless with new energy. But even as life presses, the family still feels the unseen weight. There is a sense that the Domovoi is watchful, adjusting to new caretakers. Some believe that when change unsettles a home, the spirit tests the balance. Old sayings warn that if something is forgotten, a latch left open, a broom bristles down, a loaf ungifted, the house will show its discontent. It might begin with little things, a spoon clattering, a draft stirring the curtains, a dog barking at nothing. But sometimes it is more pointed. Objects disappear, tools break, tempers flare without cause. The house becomes restless because the family is restless. These moments are not always punishment. Sometimes they are warning. Villagers tell of homes where the Domovoi cried before fire or flood, knocking on walls, pulling bedclothes, moving objects. Were they coincidences? Possibly. But in wooden villages, where embers smoldered unseen and storms could swell rivers overnight, a warning was welcome in any form. And so the family watched, listened, adjusted. They cleaned more thoroughly, spoke more gently, offered more bread. But summer also brings guests, and here the spirit's role changes. Inheritance may tie the Domovoi to blood, but strangers are another matter. A new bride is welcomed with careful ceremony, and so too is any guest. They are not asked to kneel before icons or speak sacred words. They are asked to respect the house. Do not boast, do not curse, do not whistle indoors. The Domovoi is said to dislike arrogance. Stories abound of small slights met with mischief. A traveling trader scoffed at an offering and found his boots soaked in the morning. A soldier mocked a household's careful sweeping and woke to find his horse refusing to leave the stable. Such stories are more than entertainment. They are social contracts. In a land where every guest might be ally or threat, the unseen spirit became a reason to demand courtesy. Animals remain barometers. Cats vanish to high beams. Dogs bark without pause. Hens refuse to lay. The family notices patterns. When the Domovoi is content, the animals rest. When he is restless, they shift and stir. Even the child, now walking, senses something. He toddles to the stove, pats it, laughs. The mother smiles but adds a crust anyway. Amid this daily choreography, the church still leans in. Priests preach louder now, pressing harder on what they call dark corners. They bless stables, sprinkle thresholds, urge families to rely only on icons. Some compliance is given. Families stand in line, receive water, kiss the cross. But when the priest's back is turned, they still knock softly on the brick before bed. To the outsider, it is stubbornness. To the insider, it is care. Why abandon what feels like kinship? Politics ripple here too. The mid-century reforms are reshaping Muscovy. Laws tighten, taxes weigh heavier, service demands increase. Men leave to serve the Tsar, fields left to wives and children. A house may sit half empty, and in such emptiness, superstition thickens. It is comforting to believe someone else tends the fire while the men are away. The Domovoi becomes a companion in absence, a reason to believe the roof will still stand and the animals will still be safe. Travelers write about this. A Polish envoy notes, "The Russians trust their hearths. They speak of them as if alive." Another German mentions, "Their women sweep toward the door and leave bread on the oven for a ghost." These glimpses may read quaintly now, but in them lies a truth. When your home is the only defense against cold, hunger, and theft, every habit that promises safety is valuable, and sometimes the Domovoi is said to surprise. A noise at night becomes a warning. A beam creaks before a storm. A horse snorts before thieves arrive. These are not miracles. They are moments sharpened by attention. A family that listens to its house is ready for trouble. Perhaps the Domovoi is nothing more than that listening made into a friend. As summer deepens, the family adjusts. The sun now rises earlier to tend the horses. The mother still leaves bread. The grandmother's absence is still felt, but the patterns she taught have grown roots. On a warm evening, as the sun burns red and low, they sit by the stove, though it is barely needed. The cat curls, the baby babbles, and the father knocks softly on the doorframe before stepping outside. The breeze moves, the fields murmur, and the house feels steady. The fields turn gold. Summer ripens into harvest, and the family's days are long and full. Yet even in this season of work, the unseen keeps its place. In the hum of sickles and the rattle of grain, the Domovoi is remembered. The stove is quieter now. The bricks warm only in the evenings, but the rituals remain. A crust is left, a knock on the frame. The broom bristles turned up. This is not only habit. In the 1500s, when wealth was measured in grain, timber, and animals, the Domovoi's role became practical too. He was invoked to protect what was gathered. A full barn could mean survival. A spoiled harvest could mean hunger. Old proverbs say, "The house is full when the spirit smiles." So before the first sheaf is stored, a gesture is made. Sometimes a pinch of salt tossed on the threshold. Sometimes a sheaf bound with red thread placed near the stove. Sometimes a dish of milk for the unseen. As the country changed, these gestures sometimes clashed with authority. The Orthodox Church was speaking more firmly now, calling such customs remnants of darkness. Priests wrote letters urging parishioners to pray only to God, to trust icons and saints. But even some clergy softened when faced with a good harvest. Bread left on the stove could be ignored when the tithe was paid and the family was orderly. For villagers, the Domovoi was less a rival faith than a quiet ally, a keeper of barns and children. It is in these months that other tensions rise. Markets bustle, travelers move, disputes flare. A neighbor may accuse another of stealing grain. A barn door left open can mean lost livestock. In such moments, the Domovoi becomes not only a spirit, but a witness. Oaths are sworn by the stove or by the house. It sounds quaint, but to people who live close to each other's walls, such words are weighty. They carry the memory of 100 nights of bread, 100 mornings of sweeping. To swear by the house is to risk its displeasure if you lie, and always the animals are listening. A horse refuses the stable. Check the beam. A dog growls at nothing. Check the gate. The family reads these signs as warnings. Even skeptics admit the wisdom. Watch what your animals do. They are the early alarm. The Domovoi's voice is often nothing more than the world speaking through creatures, but that voice kept many households safer. The work of harvest sometimes brings strangers, laborers, kin from other villages, buyers. Guests are treated with courtesy, but also caution. The Domovoi is said to dislike boasting. Visitors are warned, do not mock the stove, do not curse the house. A careless joke can sour a meal. More than one story tells of a rude guest whose cartwheel broke on the way home, or whose horse refused to move until a breadcrumb was placed on a fence post. People smiled quietly and said, "The house does not forget." It is not only fields that test a spirit's reach. Fires are feared most. Whole villages have burned from a spark. Families say the Domovoi warns. A tapping, a sudden chill, a door opening on its own. Were these only the sounds of wood and wind? Perhaps. But they saved lives often enough to be remembered. A story from near Vologda tells of a night in 1558 when a farmer woke to a knocking at the stove wall. Annoyed, he rose to find embers scattered near a basket of straw. He stamped them out and left a piece of bread in thanks. Summer also brings joy, weddings, feasts, songs. In these moments, the Domovoi is celebrated softly. The bride is introduced to the stove. The groom knocks on the frame. The first toast honors saints and home alike. Children laugh, women dance, men boast. But as the night grows late, someone always sets aside a bit of bread and milk. Even in laughter, the guest who cannot be seen is remembered. The world beyond the fields changes too. Ivan IV's power grows. New edicts travel outward. New taxes press. But these walls, this stove, this threshold are unchanged. Here, the Domovoi's power is quiet, but it holds. For all the talk of devils and spirits, for all the decrees, people know a simpler truth. A kept house is a stronger house. Courtesy to the unseen is courtesy to each other. And so, the family finishes another day. The fields are heavy with grain, the sun low, the animals calm. The father knocks on the doorframe before stepping in. The mother sprinkles salt. The child toddles to the stove with a laugh. A small crust waits on the brick. Perhaps no one is there to take it. Or perhaps someone always is. Autumn settles, and with it, the world tightens. The harvest is stored, the nights grow sharper, and the stove's bricks are warm again every evening. Life contracts into the house. What was wide and busy in summer becomes inward and close. This is when the Domovoi is most present, or at least most spoken of. The family knows the season well. This is the time to repair, to listen, and to face the voices of both past and present. But beyond the hearth, the larger world is stirring. Moscow's power swells under Ivan IV. The reforms of the 1550s and the growing reach of the Orthodox Church are reshaping life in the countryside. Edicts condemn pagan rites with sharper language. Priests preach boldly against bread left on stoves, charms under thresholds, and whispered names. They call them deceptions of the devil, shadows to be driven out. In cities, they sometimes succeed. In villages, they meet silence. Because here, far from the Kremlin's bells, the house still belongs to the family, and the stove still answers to 3 soft knocks. It is in these years that confrontations happen. There is the case of a small town near Yaroslavl, 1561, when a magistrate investigated a series of fires. Villagers whispered that a household angered its domovoi by selling land without blessing the house. The priest called it carelessness. The magistrate fined the family for negligence. But the rumor lived on longer than the verdict, and among neighbors, the lesson was repeated. Do not anger what you cannot see. The church pushes harder. The Stoglav Council of 1551 has already marked household spirits as unchristian. Some priests enter homes, bless stoves, demand old charms removed. Icons are given more space, old words less voice. But many households find ways to blend. A loaf set aside is now called for the poor. A knock on the stove is disguised as testing the brick. A braid of hair above the beam is for memory. The language changes, but the habits stay. This tension is not always hostile. Some clergy are practical. They know a clean floor is good health, a respected stove keeps fire safe, and a family united by rituals quarrels less. A priest's diary from 1565 reads, "They honor their home as if it breathes. If I call it sin, they hide it. If I call it care, they smile." The lines blur because the need is real. The family we watch is careful. They listen to sermons, they kiss the icons, they stand in processions when the bell rings. But at night, when the door is latched and the fields are dark, the old signs return. The broom stands bristles up. A crust rests on the stove. The father knocks 3 times before the room sleeps. It is not rebellion. It is trust in what has always steadied them. Modern ears might call this superstition, but consider the context. A wooden world where fire and wind decide fate, where law is distant, and neighbors are the first and last help. The domovoi is not just a ghost. He is the memory of care. He is a voice for attentiveness, a story to teach children not to slam doors or waste food, a shape for gratitude when the roof holds and the bread rises. Travelers keep noticing. A Dutchman in 1567 writes, "They keep small gods in their ovens, though they speak to them as kin." Another, an Englishman, is puzzled. They call it foolishness, yet they never forget it. The observations may be mocking, but they miss the deeper truth. It is not foolish to give shape to the things that guard you. This autumn, the family prepares again. The barn is full, the grain safe, the animals thick with fur. The grandmother's absence is still felt, but the child's laughter fills the corners. The mother moves easily between prayer to icons and quiet words to the stove. The father teaches the son to knock and to watch the cat. Outside, the church's voice grows louder. Inside, the house is still its own. One night, a neighbor visits, anxious. His barn door is found open twice, though he swears it was locked. The father listens, nods, and tells him, "Sweep inward, leave bread, say nothing." It is advice wrapped in quiet humor, but the neighbor takes it. When the barn stays shut the next night, he says only, "The house is pleased. The truth is this: whatever battles the world fights, a family must still live. And in living, they will always watch for the small signs, the soft knocks, the restless dog, the broom turned up. In those signs, the Domovoi endures, not because he is stronger than church or law, but because he is part of the house, and the house is part of them." The snow comes early this year. Frost laces the windows and deepens the shadows. The fields are bare, the animals thick-coated, and every breath hangs white. The stove works harder now, its glow the center of the world. The house feels closer, smaller, but also warmer, more intimate. And in these months, the Domovoi seems less distant, more like a quiet companion. In Moscow and the larger towns, the 1560s are years of growth and tension. Ivan IV's reforms harden, service obligations tighten, and the church insists more loudly on its authority. Priests warn against feeding shadows. Magistrates fine those accused of charms or muttering old words. But distance gives freedom. In villages far from the bells, people keep their own pace. Faith is worn like a coat. The outer layer is orthodox, stiff and public. The lining is older, softer, stitched from habit. Winter is testing. A single mistake, a fire not banked, a door unlatched, can mean disaster. Perhaps this is why the old customs survive. They keep families alert. A crust on the stove reminds someone to check the fire. A broom standing bristles up stops a stumble in the dark. A knock on the doorframe tells the absent-minded to latch it. The Domovoi's wrath is often nothing more than the world's penalty for carelessness. Yet the shape given to it, a watchful old keeper, makes the lesson easier to swallow. This season also carries memory. The grandmother's presence is missed most now. The mother hums softly as she bakes, and sometimes a phrase slips. "Your diadushka will be pleased." She means the spirit, but she also means the family, the ancestors, the loved ones gone. The Domovoi is a bridge. He belongs to no church, no state. He belongs to the rooms where voices once lived. Neighbors talk more in winter. They come for salt, for news, for company. In those visits, the old stories rise. One man tells of a fire averted when a knock woke him. Another speaks of a horse that would not leave its stall until a hidden pit was found. Skeptics shrug, but the listeners remember. Whether true or not, the effect is the same. More care, more order, more eyes on the stove. Sometimes, the church's reach brushes even here. A priest might come to bless the house for theophany, sprinkling holy water on the stove and threshold, speaking firmly against other masters. The family nods, grateful for the blessing. But that night, the father still places bread on the brick. Faiths can clash in books. Under a low roof, they often shake hands. Winter also heightens superstition. Shadows move differently. Sounds carry farther. A creak might be the cold, shrinking wood or something else. Families listen more. They tell the children not to whistle, not to quarrel, to greet the stove with respect. Some households will not leave a broom lying down. Some will not sweep after dark. A woman near Rostov, in a record from 1564, writes, "We heard a step, the dog whined, the bread cracked. We baked again. It rose." Such moments are not proof, but they are patterns, and people trust patterns. For this family, winter is work and watching. The father checks the barn often. The son helps feed animals. The mother keeps the house bright. The child laughs, pointing sometimes at the corner by the stove. No one scolds. They are glad the house feels alive. The grandmother's hair, sealed in the mortar, is part of that sense. The old key above the door catches the lamplight. At night, when the wind presses, the father knocks softly. The mother sets the crust, and the house sighs like a ship at rest. One evening, when the wind howls and the shutters thrum, the dog rises, tail low. A soft tap comes from the stove wall. Everyone stills. Then the father smiles, lifts a dish of milk, and sets it down. They do not question. In a world where winter can kill, small courtesies cost nothing. Beyond the snow, politics will march, priests will scold, and the year will turn. But tonight, under a low roof and a warm brick heart, the house is content. Winter presses harder, the days short and the nights long. The house becomes a world unto itself. The stove, the sun, the walls, the horizon. Snow piles thick against the door, and when the wind howls, it seems to circle the house like a living thing. Inside, though, the air is rich with bread, stew, and the steady warmth of timber drying by the fire. It is in this season that forgiveness and patience become as necessary as food, and even the Domovoi is said to soften. There are old sayings for times like this. Forgive the house, and it will forgive you. When the bread is good, the master smiles. Perhaps these are only phrases, but they speak to something important. After a year of births and burials, harvests and disputes, the winter months are a time to make peace with each other and with the unseen. It is said that if the Domovoi is angry, these are the months to reconcile. Bread is left warm, not cold. Milk salted sweetly, not plain. The broom is straight, the corners swept. It is not fear. It is care. Travelers write that some villages mark this season with little reconciliations. A small loaf baked with honey might be placed on the stove at New Year. A cat, fed first, is coaxed to cross the threshold before the family on Epiphany morning. The gestures are quiet, private, but they matter. They say, "We are together, we are safe, we are grateful." The church moves through these months too. Priests bless homes during theophany, sprinkling water on doors, stables, and ovens. Some families truly let old ways go then, but many simply adapt. The blessing is welcomed. The bread remains. It is easier to fold the Domovoi into a vision of order than to fight him. He is only our grandfather, they say when asked. And perhaps in that moment, the church sees no danger in an invisible grandfather who likes a clean home. Reconciliation also extends to neighbors. In harsh months, grudges are dangerous. A locked gate or unshared grain can make enemies, but an angry spirit is believed to make everything worse. So fences are mended, quarrels cooled, and even small disputes are soothed with bread or a shared bowl of kasha. Whether or not the Domovoi exists, his reputation encourages kindness, and yet there are warnings even now. Some say the Domovoi tests forgiveness. He may pull a blanket from a bed, hide a tool, or make a door stick until a gentle word is said. It is the family's way of staying humble, remembering that a home is shared space, not just property. The mother tells the child, "Say good night to the house." The father tells the son, "Tap the beam before you sleep." These are not spells. They are reminders that care keeps everyone warmer. This winter, the family feels the grandmother's absence more sharply. The old iron key above the door seems to catch the light differently. The hair tucked in the mortar is a silent memory. But they have grown used to their new order. The father tends the stove like a guardian. The mother hums when she sweeps. The child, now steady on his feet, knocks softly on the brick, giggling. The spirit, if he is there, must be pleased. Outside, snow drifts high. Inside, a loaf cools on the stove. A dish of milk steams faintly in the corner. The broom rests, bristles up against the wall. The dog sighs, the cat curls tighter, and before they bank the fire, the father lifts his hand and knocks 3 times, each tap gentle, as if on a familiar shoulder. The house answers only with warmth. They say there is a woman in 3 villages who hears a house the way a shepherd hears his flock. By the tiny calls, no one else notices. She comes without fuss, wrapped in a dark shawl, boots dusted in ash, palms nicked by years of ovens and herbs. People call her many things: midwife, healer, neighbor. But when trouble sits down and will not rise, they send for her as the Znakharka, village wisewife and mender of small terrors. She does not argue doctrine. She argues dust and drafts and words spoken where they should not be. The church bells ring. She bows her head. The hearth knocks. She cocks an ear. Between those 2 sounds, she works. The family we have followed sends for her at dusk, when winter has already pressed its face against the panes. The grandmother has passed. The house is still relearning its steps. For a week, the bread has cracked down the middle, a narrow fault like an old scar. The horse balked at the stable door twice. The dog barks at corners and then looks ashamed. None of these are disasters. All of them are hints, the kind that keep a mother from sleeping. So a cousin walks the track by the frozen stream and returns with the woman who knows. She does not knock first. She listens first. She stands on the threshold, eyes half closed, letting the door breathe around her. The rule is old. Never stride across a seam until you know how it holds. "Good evening," she says, low to the icons and to the space by the stove in the same breath. Then she steps in, careful to avoid the threshold plank's center. Her glance falls to the broom, upright, bristles up, good. Rises to the wishbone over the door, white as chalk, good, and rests on the blackened brick where offerings always go, a crumb already waiting, very good. She smiles without showing teeth. "You remember," she tells the mother. That is half the cure. They give her tea, thin and hot, and the smallest chair by the stove. She warms her hands over the bricks and hums the end of a psalm, the way some women end a lullaby. "Fetch me salt," she says mildly, "and a strand of hair, just 1, from each of you. And from the horse's tail, 3 hairs if the animal agrees." No one asks why. In this country, you do not invite a woman like this and then debate her grammar. Outside, bells are faintly audible. The parish priest making his rounds before theophany. Inside, the wise wife's inventory begins. She asks the child his name and makes him pat the stove, once, like a dog. She asks the father to knock the door frame, 3 times, not 2. She listens to the timbre each tap yields as if the wood has a voice. She squints at the draft that sometimes slices across the floor at ankle height, finds the crack near the sill with 2 fingers, and seals it with a twist of linen dipped in ash and fat. "Not every chill is a spirit," she says dryly. "Sometimes winter is just winter." A small mercy of humor is allowed. If the Domovoi dislikes laughter, he has chosen the wrong country. Even saints smile at the right line. But she is not here to scold superstition out of a room. She is here to tune it. From a pocket, she pulls a red thread, coarser than silk, but strong, and ties it around the lock of family hair she has gathered. Kresnaya knit, red thread, a simple ward used by women who would never say they conjure. She tucks the braid where mortar kisses brick, close to the lock placed there at the baby's birth. Remember the omen at birth? She murmurs. The house does. The mother nods, the old gesture flowering into comfort. Next, she asks to see the stable. Animals speak first, she believes, and the horse has been stubborn. Lantern raised, she watches the mare breathe, watches the ears flick. A soft tuk-tuk with her tongue. The animal steps forward, then hesitates exactly at the threshold. The wise wife kneels, dusts the sill with her fingertips, and rises with a splinter, the edge of an iron nail risen proud enough to catch hoof or temper. Iron is a brave line, she says, but iron should not scratch a friend. She pounds it down with the butt of a knife and speaks to the dark. We mend. The horse blows. The dog, waiting in the yard, relaxes. Sometimes the cure is no more magical than a nail made proper. Back inside, she requests a bowl of water and sets it on the stove's lip. For listening, she explains when the child stares. Zamolvit, the old verb for soothing with words. To speak calm into sounds like what she is doing to the bowl. In the mirrored surface, the tremor of the room shows itself. Draft, steps, breath. She pinches salt, 1, 2, 3, and lets it fall. Salt opens ears, she says gently. Sglaz, the evil eye she does not mention, but her hands move the way women move when they mean to unhook envy from a room. She wipes the spoon she will use with the hem of her shawl before stirring, not for cleanliness only, but because the shawl smells like smoke and rosemary. 2 cents, the old people say. Teach air to behave. Her questions are patient. Who spoke loudly at the stove? She asks. The father looks guilty. Who whistled after dusk? The boy tries to whistle now. His mother's glare is a swift no. Who left the broom lying down? Silence. Then the mother sighs. All right, the wise wife says. This is not a court. It is a house. Words sit in walls. Next, we put them sitting straight. She requests the small iron key that hangs above the door. The key is old, too big for any lock the house now keeps, but everyone taps it before journeys. She lays it across the warm brick like a little bridge. Old Domovoi. She nods at the icon shelf, invoking the famous household manual without needing to name its pages. Tells you to keep order. Order is not scolding. Order is sequence. Domovoi, a 16th century Muscovite household manual associated with the priest Sylvester, urges piety, thrift, and strict domestic order. It scorns charms, but exalts clean, disciplined rooms. The wise wife has never read it. She has practiced it. Now, she says, and begins the part that looks like a rite to those who came for a rite. Bread, warm, not cold, goes on the blackened brick. Milk, salted lightly, is set on the floor, not as a bowl to be slurped, but as a sign no living tongue will touch. The braid of hair is tapped gently into its seam. The broom is lifted and leaned, bristles up at the angle she prefers, neither soldier straight nor lazy. A small Rowan cross, 2 twigs tied with thread, appears from her shawl and is slid behind the icon of Nicholas, where no priest will notice it and no child will think it a toy. Rowan, Ryabina, red-berried, a mountain ash that Slavic women have trusted forever to tangle bad dreams, does not argue with saints. It just sits and remembers. She teaches without scolding. No forbidden words in a new house, she says to the boy, who has begun to boast that he can lift the small bench himself. Boast in the yard where the sky can forgive you. Indoors, do your work. That is how a shadow becomes a neighbor. She glances at the father. Don't call him by his name. Call him Koziain, housemaster. If you must speak, do not summon. Courtesy is quieter than summoning. The rule about names, Domovoi rarely said aloud, has lived in these beams longer than any of them. Then she asks them to be silent. She lowers the lantern wick until the flame shrinks to a small animal. She knocks, softly, twice, then once, on the stove wall and listens. The answer, if it comes, is the kind of sound that could be anything. The dilating tick of heat, the pop of a joint yielding deep inside brick, a memory of last year's wash water dried in crevices. People argue about these things later, but in the moment, the room understands itself as one thing. A chest breathing, "Forgive us," she says, voice just above a whisper, and because the boy is clever, he says it too. Then she does the most practical act of the night. She assigns chores. You, to the father, check the stable latch every evening at the second star. You, to the boy, straighten the broom at sundown. You, to the mother, salt the crust only when the air in the room is quiet. Do not salt anger. She pours the listening water into the ash pail, not into the yard, never outward, not on a binding night, because sweeping out is for troubles you are ready to part with, and tonight is for calling things home. To someone looking from the door, this would pass for witch work. To someone who lives here, it is housekeeping spoken in the old tongue. The wise wife has not conjured a thing. She has put hands on the places where courtesy lives. The Domovoi, if he is something other than courtesy, will be satisfied to be mistaken for it. The father, uneasy at being comforted by any ritual in front of a stranger, clears his throat. The priest says, he begins and stops. The woman nods. He is not wrong, she answers. He is keeping wolves from a different door. She nods at the icon shelf. Pray there in daylight. I am not jealous. Then she taps the old key on the brick. This is for night. Homes stand on two legs, faith and habit, cut either, and a room limps. Outside, the bells thrum closer. She crosses herself, murmurs a line of a troparion, and the sound of church floats through the seams. Church bells and hearth chants do not fight in this room. They braid. She asks the father to open the door as the bells pass, just long enough for holy chill to enter, then close it, then knock softly on the frame. The actions don't cancel each other. They clarify. There are lines in these years. You must walk like a tightrope. She will not stay to be praised. Wise wives know the danger of attention, especially now when Ivan's realm has grown hard. The Oprichnina, Ivan IV's separate court and terror, begins in 1565. Black-cloaked riders break households as easily as men break bread. In such a climate, any woman who is said to know things learns to keep her hands busy and her profile low. She accepts a heel of bread for her road and a blessing from the mother she has just instructed, and she is nearly to the door before the father finds the courage to ask what he meant to ask much earlier. Is there someone in the house? He says, coloring like a boy. The woman turns, considers him, and dodges a trap centuries old. There is something in every house that remembers, she says. It remembers you better when you behave. It is the safest truth and the bravest one. Not every visit ends neatly. There are other times, a widow in 1566 accused by a neighbor of Zagavor, spell work, after a calf died, a clerk's note in a town near Suzdal, sniffing at women's tricks, when a barn quieted after hair was braided and salt cast. The records, when they exist, do not capture what was felt, the relief that comes when bread finally rises without cracking, when the horse steps in without rolling an eye back white. The scribe writes, calmed, as if calm were a thing. The household knows calm is a labor. The wise wife teaches a kind of reading. See the signs of contentment, warmth that does not flare, bins topped neatly, hinges that do not squeak. See the signs of anger, cold hearth in the morning though coals were banked, milk that films and sours fast, bread with a fault like a frown. She shows how to lay a thin ring of salt on the inner edge of the threshold after a quarrel, then sweep that ring inward at dawn, so apologies have somewhere to settle. She corrects how the rooster is greeted. The gift of a cock from a neighbor binds a house as surely as a signed paper binds a plot. Feed him first on the day he arrives, she says, so the morning answers. She refuses to predict. She refuses to frighten. She tells stories instead. This household, that barn, the year the river rose, and lets the room choose which story it is. Words matter, she reminds gently. You do not say his name in his hearing. You do not tell the children the house is bad. Houses listen to their nicknames. You do not boast about next year's harvest under this roof. Boast where the wind can carry pride away. The boy nods as if he has been given a secret. The mother nods as if she has been reminded of one. There are skeptics in every century. A traveler writes in a neat German hand that Russian peasants keep a little brownie in the oven and makes a joke about hungry bricks. Another, English, notes that the people set foolish credence by the old wives who mutter over salt. If either had remained long enough to see a winter through, they might have written different jokes. In houses built of forests, you learn the forest's manners, or you live nervous. For the sake of the record, the woman's interventions could be written as bullet points. Repaired draft at sill, iron nail pounded flat, hair braid placed at stove seam, rowan cross hidden, key warmed, bread set, milk salted, broom corrected, chore schedule assigned, words forbidden in rooms of first weeks. For the sake of the truth, they could be written as a single sentence. We paid attention together, and the room softened. What would you have done, standing where she stands, with a priest's blessing on one shoulder and a stove's memory on the other? Deny one? Scorn the other? Or do what she does? Bow to both, because survival wears two faces. By habit, she waits for one sign before she goes. It can be very small, a somnolent creak traveling the beam like a good yawn, the dog's spine uncoiling, the boy forgetting to glance at the corner because the corner has forgotten to insist. Tonight, the sign is bread. The second loaf, done late, cools without cracking. The mother touches the crust and does not say the thing she wants to say. The house dislikes named miracles. On her way out, the wise wife pauses at the threshold and lowers her voice to the boy. Mind the broom. Never leave it sleeping wrong. And when you are angry, do not salt the bread. It is a child's job she gives him, and a man's training hidden inside it. He nods solemnly, and then spoils the gravity by trying to whistle. His mother's hand is on the back of his head before the second note, pushing his lips into a smile instead. The wise wife grins. Whistle outside, she says. Give the night something to chew. The bells pass again. Faint now. The wind combs the thatch. Behind them, the stove ticks. The father, more himself than he has been in weeks, reaches for the key above the door and taps it, once for thanks, twice for habit. He will not speak of spirits in the tavern. He will speak of a woman who noticed a nail in a draft and taught his house to walk in its new shoes. History will not write her name. It rarely writes women who keep rooms from cracking instead of kingdoms. The Domovoi will go on scolding against heathen customs, and priests will go on blessing with river-cold water in January, and scribes will record fires as negligence and quiet nights as nothing at all. Yet in these rooms, timber-scented, smoke-creased, full of names spoken in the dark, the wise wife will go on setting brooms upright and showing children where to knock, and the Domovoi, if he is listening, will go on taking credit and giving it back. He will be the old master when the family needs a judge. He will be the house itself when the family needs a teacher. When a loaf rises whole the next morning, no one will say, "It was the nail." No one will say, "It was the braid." They will say nothing, which is the correct liturgy. The blackened brick will receive its crust. The door frame will accept its 3 taps. The cat will curl on the warm ledge as if the stove were a lap. And the woman who knew will already be walking the next track, a dark shawl drifted with frost, listening for a beam that speaks like bone. The snow has deepened again, but now the family moves through its routines with steadier hands. The wise wife's visit has left something behind, not a charm, not a secret, but an order. The boy straightens the broom without being told. The father checks the stable latch with a small nod, and the mother salts the bread as if it is an act of gratitude, not fear. The Domovoi, whether present or simply imagined, has become a rhythm. Outside, the wider world changes faster. In Moscow, Ivan IV's policies tighten like frost. The Oprichnina rises, black-cloaked riders loyal to the Tsar alone, carving fear into towns and villages. Edicts spread against witch work, and some households are accused of keeping spirits. A traveler's note from 1567 describes the Tsar's men scouring estates. They seize charms and burn them. They scold the people for bread left on stoves. But in the small homes beyond the reach of power, old habits go quiet, but not cold. A crust of bread can be hidden behind a pot. A braid of hair can be sealed deeper into a wall. Faith becomes private, but privacy has always been the Domovoi's language. Winter draws families closer. Visits from neighbors become moments of trade and trust. People talk of news, wars, taxes, rumors, but they also swap small cures. 3 knocks if the beams creak. Sweep inward after a quarrel. Some of these sayings are practical. Some are pure story. All of them make the world feel less sharp. The child grows quickly now, toddling between stove and door, patting the bricks, laughing at corners. The mother lets him, perhaps thinking of the old words about sighted children. The father smiles more than he admits. They do not call it faith, they call it habit. But in the silence after a long day, when the bread sits uncut and the house breathes warmth, it feels like more. This is the lesson these months teach. The Domovoi is less about fear than about attention. He is a reason to keep the broom upright, the floor swept, the animals cared for, the quarrels brief. He is also a thread to the past, to the grandmother whose hair still rests in the mortar, to ancestors who knocked on doorframes before sleeping. The priest's sermon on Sunday does not erase that. It adds another voice. Between them, the family finds balance. One evening, when the wind is sharp and the dog barks twice, the father pauses. He touches the latch, checks the beam, then leaves a small heel of bread anyway. Nothing happens. The dog settles, but the family smiles. It is not proof. It is trust. These gestures are invisible to history. The oprichniki rite of punishments and exiles, the church rites of reforms and councils, merchants' rite of roads and trade. But in these little houses, the Domovoi endures, not as rebellion, but as comfort. He is not an idol, not a challenge to power. He is the warmth of wood, the hush of habit, the memory of hands who built walls strong enough to face the wind. What would you do if you lived in such a time? Would you give up the quiet knock, the crust of bread, the soft word to the corner? Or would you keep them, hidden perhaps, but steady? Spring does not come gently this year. It breaks the ice with a harsh hand, sending rivers rushing and turning paths to mud. In the village, roofs drip steadily. Beams creak as the thaw loosens nails and shifts joints. A wooden house is never silent in these weeks. It is a living thing stretching after a long sleep. For some, these sounds are nothing but wood and wind. For others, they are the footsteps of the old master, pacing his domain. And so it is in these restless days that the family grows alert again. Small things change. The blackened brick seems colder in the morning. The bread cracks twice in a row. The dog pauses before lying down. The boy, now sturdy on his feet, points at the stove and giggles, then grows suddenly quiet. It is nothing and everything. The Domovoi is not feared here, but he is heeded. The thaw can bring trouble. In a season when animals stir and strangers travel, the doors open more often and the boundaries of the home are tested. Guests are welcomed, but rules tighten. Shoes are taken off. Words are chosen carefully. The broom is never left lying down. The family has learned by now. A home at ease is a home obeyed. There are stories of spirits stirred by change. One tale, from a village near Tver, speaks of a spring flood that swept through low barns. A farmer claimed his house spirit warned him the night before, tapping on the beams until he woke and moved the animals. Whether true or lucky, the story spread. Another neighbor swore that a cat refused to sleep, pacing until a leaking roof was found. Was it instinct? Was it memory dressed as myth? No one can say. But these moments add to the quiet understanding. Attention saves, and calling it the Domovoi helps people pay it. Even as the state's grip tightens, taxes demanded, sermons sharpened, this language of care goes on. The oprichniki, black-clad and feared, ride distant roads, but they do not ride into kitchens. In kitchens, the key above the door still hangs. The locks of hair in the mortar still rest. And when the priest blesses the home, the family nods, smiles, and waits until night to add their own blessings. Bread, salt, milk, a knock on the stove. These weeks also test patience. Tempers can flare when fields are muddy and work piles high. A door slammed, a harsh word, a forgotten offering. Each can make the house feel tighter, louder. In these moments, the Domovoi's anger is useful. It is the reason to sweep, to speak softer, to set bread aside. The boy is scolded gently. Not here, not loud. Grandfather listens. The lesson is simple. Harmony is stronger than force. The wise wife's visit lingers in their minds. Her red thread still rests hidden. Her words echo when small things go wrong. Houses remember. Give them reason to be kind. Whether or not a spirit stirs, the habits she reinforced keep the home running like a well-tuned loom. The family lives more deliberately now, and it shows. One evening, when the thaw has turned the paths to rivers of mud, the dog growls low. The father rises, checks the barn, and finds a shutter loose. banging in the wind. He mends it with a wedge and pats the beam as if thanking it for the noise. It is an old joke. The house will not let me sleep until I do my work. But like all old jokes, it has the ring of truth. The boy watches, curious. He asks if the stove is alive. The mother smiles. "It is warm, and it remembers us," she says. That is enough. By the time night closes in, the bread is baked, the animals are fed, and the family moves through their motions without hurry. The key above the door is tapped, the broom straightened, the crust placed on the brick. The wind is sharp, but inside, the air is soft, and when a single knock sounds from the stove wall, faint and hollow, no one is startled. The father looks up, nods once, and goes on mending a boot. The house, like the people in it, is simply speaking its mind. The thaw has finished, and the world outside the house is noisy again. Wagons clatter on wet roads, markets wake, neighbors call greetings across muddy yards. But the house, though quieter than in winter, keeps its voice. The Domovoi is not forgotten just because the air is softer. This is the season when homes show their history most clearly. What has lasted, what has been mended, what is remembered. By now, the family moves easily in their patterns. Bread is baked with a quiet touch, the broom still stands upright, and the old key above the door is tapped each night. The boy, taller now, has learned the little rituals by heart. He does not ask why, he only repeats. His mother smiles at this, knowing that habits become heritage. It is around this time that the world begins to notice such habits. Travelers who stop for trade or rest remark on them. A merchant writes, "They greet their stove as if it were a lord." A soldier says, "They will not whistle indoors, and they leave bread for ghosts." To some, it seems quaint. To others, strange. But the habit survives not because it is strange, but because it makes sense. A house that is cared for seems to care back. This sense of care is why some families begin to preserve even the remnants of these customs. The grandmother's hair, the old wishbone, the blackened brick. They become like relics. And some travelers, curious or ambitious, collect these things. They call them charms, souvenirs, evidence. A few early museums, tiny cabinets in boyars' halls, keep such items. A carved broom handle, a piece of scorched wood said to belong to a restless house. They are taken out and shown to guests, who laugh or shiver or both. The Domovoi becomes a story, but a respected one. This is also the time when priests grow busier, traveling more often, blessing homes at spring feasts and Easter. They warn against pagan practices, but they rarely fight hard unless something causes trouble. A quiet loaf, a neat room, a family at peace. These things do not offend. And so, the quiet habits survive, folded into prayers. Sometimes the priest blesses the stove itself, and though his words are for saints, the family hears them as a greeting to an older resident. Beyond the village, the country is changing. Ivanofor's power grows harder. Fear spreads with the black riders of the Oprichnina. Families keep secrets now, not only from neighbors, but from officials. Yet the smallest secrets are the easiest to keep. A knock on a stove, a lock of hair behind mortar, a bit of bread at night. Such things are too small to notice, but they mean the world to those who live by them. This family has learned that secrecy is not shame, it is survival. They do not talk about spirits, they talk about chores. The boy is told, "Keep the broom straight." The father says, Knock before you sleep. The mother says, salt the bread when the air is quiet. They speak of these things as tasks, but behind them is memory, and behind memory, love. One day, a trader brings news of a distant noble's house where a blackened brick is displayed like treasure. He says visitors come to see it, to hear tales of spirits who guard hearths. Some laugh, some lean closer. The father listens, then looks at their own stove. He smiles at the soot-dark brick they always use. He does not say a word. Not all treasures need display. That night, the stove ticks, the dog sleeps, and the mother lifts a piece of bread, warm and plain, and places it on the brick. The boy leans close, watching, learning. The father taps the key. The house is quiet, but it feels complete. When the world grows loud, the home speaks softly. It remembers. And sometimes, when the wind moves just right, it almost sounds like someone humming along. Summer has returned, soft and green, and the house breathes differently. The stove is cooler now, but still at the heart. The rooms are bright and open, doors standing wide to the yard. The boy runs barefoot, laughing, the cat stretched long in the patch of sun. The mother kneads bread with easy hands. The father sharpens a blade for the harvest to come. The grandmother is gone, but her memory lives in every quiet motion. This is what a good home does. It remembers. The Domovoi, if he is here, is quiet. He does not need to knock or warn. The broom is always upright, the latch always checked, the bread always shared. His language is folded into theirs now, invisible. Even the priest who visits after liturgy sees only order and smiles. The family kneels before icons and later, at dusk, taps the stove with affection. Both acts are prayers. Travelers still write of these customs, of families greeting their houses, of children who knock on beams, of mothers who leave crumbs on blackened bricks. They call them quaint, or strange, or backward. But they cannot see what the family knows, that the Domovoi is not a ghost, but a habit of care, a way of paying attention to what matters. The house spirit is the shape given to kindness, caution, memory. It is an ancestor's voice in the quiet, a reminder that survival begins with small things done well. As the boy grows, these gestures become stories. He hears of the grandmother's hair hidden in the mortar, of the night the horse refused the barn, of the woman who listened to the stove like a priest listens to prayer. He learns the words not to say, and the knocks that mean respect. One day, he will teach them to his own child. By then, the stove will be old, the key will hang dull, the broom handle worn smooth, but the habits will hold. A house taught to remember stays strong. When the work is done and evening spreads like slow gold across the fields, the family gathers. The dog sighs, the cat settles, and the air smells of bread and warm grass. The father sets the last crust of the day on the brick. The mother hums softly, and the boy, grinning, knocks 3 times, as if to say goodnight. There is no answer but the soft tick of cooling stone, and yet the room feels full, like a circle closed. Perhaps the Domovoi has always been this, the echo of care, the rhythm of hands keeping a home alive. As darkness comes, the wind lifts but cannot enter. The roof holds, the beams are steady, the family is safe. The world outside can be wild, but inside there is order, warmth, and a quietness that belongs to them alone. This is how a spirit is kept, not with fear, but with bread, with salt, with the simple agreement that home is sacred. So the story closes where it began, at the stove, in the hush of a room that is more than walls and wood. We have walked through seasons and changes, through births and deaths, quarrels and laughter, fears and festivals. We have watched a family speak to the air because the air seemed to listen. And perhaps it did. What else is memory but a room keeping score of kindnesses? The Domovoi, whatever his shape, was never truly about fear. He was about caution, respect, the knowledge that a roof is earned each day by the hands that sweep and the words that do not wound. He was the old key above the door, the horse that hesitated, the broom turned up, the bread shared. He was a mirror for behavior, a name for the unseen discipline of love. Now the candles burn lower, the air cools, and the child sleeps. The father closes the shutters. The mother straightens the chair. The cat blinks once at the corner and settles. There is no noise but the crackle of a log, no movement but the slow settling of beams. The world beyond is wide and hard, but here there is a center. What do these stories really map? Not ghosts, not miracles, but the ways humans make sense of risk, loss, and care. They map the truth that we need watchers, real or imagined, to remind us to be better, even when no one else sees. So tonight, if you hear a creak in your own room, let it be a friend. Place something small aside, a crumb, a gesture, a thought, and see how gently the walls hold it.